just in case. If you guys could hit like for me on what the hell is going on, I might have to get off of these people. What's going on with this shit over here? Showing us, okay, this is what it looked like today. Good morning. Johnny! Ah! Must have a mega pint of tea. I'm gonna get some pre-workout and probably make maybe for lunch or something. I don't know. I'll make the protein smoothie. Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny. Morning, Stir Crazy. What's up? How you doing? Katie, Joey, Mystified. Luck Fee. Oh. Buddy, buddy, boy. Hey. Hey. It's a party. This guy. I think he is.
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Having fun, smiling, waving. Who the hell does he think he is?
Thank you so much.
Alexa, good morning. How you doing? I know it's early for you. Thank you for coming. I know for some of you guys, one of the people that called in yesterday said they got up like at 3 in the morning, yo, for the trial to come watch. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Oh, if you guys could hit like too, appreciate it. I must have got a super at some point. Super chat. I don't know when. Oh, there we go. Joey. Thank you, Joey. Appreciate that. Joey Cactus. Rise and shine. Top of the morning to you. Or whatever it is that people say in the morning. Is he limping? Dun, dun, dun. I don't know. Was he? They're trying to kill him. Something's wrong with him. Luffy says the trials made me listen to Bob Marley a little more than usual. I hope today's a good day. I thought they said there was supposed to be some live witnesses. I'm somewhat excited that it's Thursday. I can't lie. Just so I can relax. We can relax. Hopefully this weekend. My birthday's coming up too. I'm going to be getting lit probably the weekend. Lit on some Johnny Depp shit. I was telling somebody yesterday, I mean, I can't say the details, but I was like, yo, I feel like Johnny in a way. I got all this shit. I got friends mailing me shit. I was like, yo, what is this? Like, I don't think I've ever had so many things in my life. I was like, yo, I feel like Johnny Depp. I feel a little bit like Johnny Depp on some crazy shit. Everything's reminding me of Johnny. Twitch, yo, good morning. Godspeed, Lance, Bowers. What's up? Good morning, man. Thank you for all the support yesterday, too. I feel like I still need to figure out the Twitch stuff. But we'll get there. Rebecca says, me too, been watching with Mel since day one. Oh, thank you. Gracias. Amber. Yes, I'm the annoying person that's like, did you see the trial yesterday? Constantly. My mother keeps, oh, you know what? The Savage, so whatever it is. No, let me not say that. Get canceled. Savage Devor. It's supposed to be coming today. Let me check the tracking. Today's Thursday, right? It says arriving by 10 p.m. Amazing. So just forget about it. I guess tomorrow. Maybe we'll be here before then, but Savage Devor. iCkEdMeL, do you hear the chat screaming your name when you go live? No. Well, you know when I hear it is if I'm not on time. If I'm having issues and I can't launch the stream, I hear it in my head. I try not to think about it, but I do hear it in my head. I try to stay calm and collected, you know, but in my head, I'm like, oh my God, what the, you know. They walked back out, JD's team. Let's see what Pussycat styling today and Rottenborn and Amber, the A-list team. By the way, I think I should try to take a look at some of the pictures from yesterday or we should, I mean, at some point, maybe on break or lunch break, because people were saying some of those things were damning or something like that. Maybe I didn't look at them close enough. Damning, or they just look bad, you know? I think it was the one where she had like the thing here, the black and blue or whatever. And I don't know what else. So we'll take a look at that. Thanks, Bridget. Good morning, Bridget. Or afternoon, or where you're at, right? Or good night. The mods in the chat. That's it. Hola. Thank you, Wani. Appreciate that. Plan your kid. Oh, there you go. You know what? Let me do it right now before I forget. Or else we're going to keep this going for like a whole nother month. Let me add you. I can't for some reason. Oh, because I'm in the app. I got to do it directly on YouTube. One second. Let me do that over here. Yeah, man, I'm pretty happy with things. I'm still trying to figure it. For some reason, I don't think we're really in the algorithm of YouTube. I feel like we got kicked off for 2 weeks, and it's like starting all over again. Plan your chaos. There we go. Boom. And you're on Discord too, right? Sometime when you're on Discord, I gotta add you to the admin chat so you can see like the guidelines of stuff. Oh, thank you too. I just saw your thing. Actually, let me do it right now too. While I'm here, let me do it right now. Boom. All right, you're an admin. All right, I think we're good. You want the chat slowed already? Are you sure? Really? Are we there yet? Let me open up the multi-stream chat so I can see both chats at the same time. It's a little bit easier like that. Multi-chat. There we go. I got kicked off because I played some video on Reddit and YouTube said that I showed a graphic video with the intent to shock and disgust viewers, which that wasn't the case, but I guess it doesn't matter with YouTube. I think maybe if I had somehow made it like pretend to be educational or like for some sort of cause and then show the violence, that maybe then they would have been like, okay, it's fine, acceptable. Meanwhile, you can find all kinds of compilations online on YouTube. But I guess once you're definitely, I don't know if those compilations are monetized. I mean, they probably are. I wouldn't be surprised if they are. But I feel like once you're monetized and once you start getting like bigger, you kind of have more eyes, I guess, and the rules are a little bit more stringent, I guess. But it's such bullshit, though. It really is. They let people get away with all kinds of stuff. Did they approve any more? They didn't approve any more emotes for Twitch. What happened with that? That's what the same ones from yesterday. Oh, you know what? Somebody tweeted me the witness list too, or whatever. Like the people. It's not in a specific order, but the supposed witnesses that are coming up. So I'm gonna pull that up as well. That dough. Thank you, that dough. If you're out there, somewhere. Thank you for that. This was posted by Court TV. Okay, so this was posted yesterday by Chanelly Shea Painter on Court TV or from Court TV. And she said, next witnesses in no particular order. This was posted at 6:21 p.m. yesterday. So this was after the trial. So we got a police expert at some point coming up, Adam Berkovici. I got to reach out to the teacher. Debbie, I think it's Debbie Ray. If you're out there, I got to reach out to you. Social media forensic expert Ron Chanel. It's French. No, it's not. Amber's former attorney, Michelle Mulroney. Okay. by deposition, Ellen Barkin. And so this is the person that people say she's crazy. She's crazy. Ellen Barkin. What I'll say is interesting, and I got this thought because of one of the comments. Somebody in the comments. Yeah. This person. This thought came to my head because of this person, and they make a good point. Winter, a bunch of I don't know, whatever, asterisk or whatever that is, and Ukraine, whatever. It says police expert hired by Amber versus 4 police were actually there. Seems legit. Police expert hired by Amber versus 4 police who were actually there. I think that's just kind of interesting. Like the witnesses that Johnny's using are the actual people, the actual police officers that arrived. And for Amber, well, the way the witnesses work though too is it can be for both parties, right? But I believe it was on Johnny's side, even though they get to also question the police officers. And so, but she's calling on the expert, a police expert. Ashley, what's up? Good morning. Joyce Penn Dizzy. Green eyes. Ellen got a show on TV. Did it now? She's about to lose some fans. Let's see. Who is that? Ellen Barkin. I don't know anything about her. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me just read this off. The door just slammed behind me. What the hell? Ellen Barkin, Johnny Depp's former agent, Tracy Jacobs, Depp's former business manager, and Bruce Witkin, Adam Waldman. It's a name that we've heard a lot. This expert. They're saying that the cop is homophobic now. Sued in 2004 by gay college because of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, and failed to investigate and take corrective action. Allegedly. Something's going on though in the court. I don't know, man. Maybe something big's happening because somebody said that Johnny's team walked out. What's going on? PSA running late. They start at 9:30. Amazing. Shit, I could have slept in. I was contemplating hiring a cleaning person. This place is small, and I'm just like, I can't keep up. Hiring a cleaning person, just pay somebody. So I don't have to think about it. Because, when the place is like, because I got dishes and stuff, the place is kind of like a mess a little bit. It's kind of like my mind isn't clear. FBI investigating. No way, man. Aaron Carton says that umbrella guy posted a video this morning. Is it something we can listen to? That umbrella guy. Let's see. The FBI is really investigating Amber over this case. For realsies? The FBI involved in the defamation case. Amber Turd walked out of the courtroom, ignored the judge's command to go back to her seat. Yeah, I saw that. They sent me the link for that. They're crazy. Good morning, Vampy. How you doing? Me, you. Hey, Shelly. Good morning. Rise and shine. Rise and shine. Oh, one juror's late. Sarah, thank you. Good morning. Mary Wilson says, I saw a documentary about MDMA and alcohol can cause chronic lip problems. Want me to send it to you? Maybe after this weekend. I don't feel guilty, you know. Just kidding. Kind of. I would assume that maybe it's just drying you out. You gotta drink and hydrate your lips. You know what I'm saying? Put some of the gangsta Aquaphor stuff. I think that stuff dries you out. And probably your minerals or whatever. Electrolytes. Light side of the moon. Hey, good morning. Debbie, help me. Corey, good morning. Complicated, good morning. Jules, Grand Rising. Tracy says, ickEdMeL, do you see that Amber and her sister had on best friend necklaces yesterday? No, I didn't know that. Yeah, MDMA, if it's the actual stuff, most of you here in the chat that think you're taking MDA, you're not even taking MDMA. You're taking some Chinese synthetic research chemical, and you're thinking you're having the time of your life, but it's some bullshit. Most of that stuff's fake. But anyway, the real stuff that you can, if you take the real stuff, usually, depending, sometimes, yeah, you'll kind of like, you'll want to chew and bite on stuff. You can bite the inside of your lips or really the inside of your cheeks. Like your whole thing will be like, you feel it the next day. There's an actual medical term, bruxism or something like that. What's it called? Brux something. Chewing. I don't know. I forgot the name of it, but it's called something. Brux something. Francis, I'm in bed watching Mel. Hey. I want to be able to set that up sometime where I could just say, well, screw it. Lay in bed. Pull the laptop on, lay in bed. Yeah, we have to do that today, Katrina. It's already Thursday. Yeah, Aaron. I need to do some sweeping too, some sweeping and a little bit of fake mopping, swifter mopping, and go do some laundry before the weekend comes. Then I'll feel a lot better. Mel, who do you think has the best and worst witnesses so far? I mean, I think one of my favorite ones, and it's just like entertainment value, I think was Alejandro. Show some of the ridiculousness of the things. I thought Isaac was really good on JD's side. I mean, he was funny. I'm not sure. Worst witness. Oh, I forgot. I think was it? I mean, maybe she's not the worst. There was one lady. I don't know if it was the therapist. Was that bad? I mean, she said some interesting things because of the mutual abuse, but there you go. Thank you, Renetta. Bruxism or something like that. Thank you. I think that therapist lady was just kind of like, I don't recall. And she was just long and dragged out. And she was just basically saying, the only thing you're going to get out of me is my notes, the nursing notes. Alejandro. I said, I bet my cheek wants rolling. Rolling. I hope that woman loses her license. Dr. Curry was good. Amazing. She was pretty good. That lady, the one on the other side, Hughes. I don't think she was really good. She should have tried to come off a little bit less biased towards women, I think. Ben was the worst, admitted to having evidence he didn't turn over. Ben, was that the guy from yesterday? What was that guy from yesterday? Mega pint of mimosa. That'd be nice right about now. That's that Florida-ish. In the mornings, especially on the weekends, everybody's having mimosa. Mimosa. Got the heart tight. My opinion is the guy with the angry eyebrows. Amber's ex. That was yesterday, right? Yeah, I think he was kind of bad too. I think. I don't think he was that good. But no, maybe not. Who am I thinking of? Ben over. Ben King, the house manager. The worst has got to be somebody I probably didn't even pay attention to. I probably completely tuned out. GMK9. He has a message. He says, well, I'm assuming the gender, so I'm canceled, but it says, it's not fair to judge AH because you don't like her or her bad acting, just as it's not fair to judge Johnny Depp because you like him. It's about facts. And there's just no evidence he is the abuser. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to go off on the JD supporters. I thought it was an Amber Heard supporter. I was like, oh shit, here we go. We got it. Got excited for a second. Is MDMA the same as ecstasy back in the day in the 80s? You'd have to test it out. You'd have to use a testing kit. A lot of the stuff that's going around now, it's not. Yeah. That stuff back in the day was amazing. Oh, here we go. Coming back. Amber's sister, I didn't think that was a good witness. I was really surprised how that's all we got out of it from both sides. Thank you for the super chat, Samantha. Good morning. When I said Adderall the other day, I meant to say Ambien. Sorry if I offended you, Mel. Oh, no, I'm not offended. Oh, you're good. I don't even remember. I didn't remember. But thank you, though, Samantha. Appreciate it. I know you've been here for a while supporting. Twitch. They huddling up over there on the side, too. Amber's team planning. I mean, I guess that's what they do, but no, it's not looking good so far. They need something. They need something else. They need the it factor and oomph. Yeah, it's all synthetic shit. A lot of that stuff now. You really gotta test this stuff, man. You'd be surprised. The testing kits are cheap. You guys watching out there, you should get yourself a testing kit if you're gonna be doing that stuff. It's super cheap. Especially if you're in my age bracket or up, or I mean actually it's any age bracket, but you should be doing things a little bit smarter and safer. Yeah. Get a little testing kit. You might be disappointed though when you find out it's not it. Hey, Delena, how you doing? Good morning. Hope you and your baby girl had a very blessed morning. She's good. She's with her mom, but she's doing good. Rappy, good morning. The 80s, what? The only time MDMA was pure. That stuff was amazing. Amazing. Walking up to strangers, talking to everybody. You love everybody, hugging everybody. Talking probably a little bit too much. Divulging your inner secrets. I love you, man. I love you too. Oh my God, that's the best ever. I love you. Mel, do you have witness list for today? Yeah, I pulled it up a little bit earlier. I can read it again. It's pretty brief. They got some I mean, in no particular order. They said there's a expert cop that's supposed to be coming on. Let me see. That Doe sent it. I thought that Doe sent it. There it is. Yeah. We got an expert cop, Adam Buttervesey, or whatever. Social media forensic expert Ron Shilnil, Amber's former attorney Michelle Mulroney, and I think these are live. These are in person. So there's 3 in person, and then by deposition, Ellen Barkin and Johnny's former agent Tracy Jacobs, Depp's former business manager Bruce Witkin, and Adam Waldman. That's what they're saying for today. And they had a little late start today. Witness tampering. Yeah, Kelly says, "Hey Mel, did you see where the Laundries are trying to dismiss the civil suit against Gabby's parents?" Yeah. I wonder how that's gonna go. That'd be interesting though if that does go to trial and it's live. I don't know if it's gonna be live yet. Maybe that's the next one we do. We're talking about MDMA, that people should test their stuff out, or whatever they're taking should test out their stuff. Pull up my little notes area. Pull up Facebook too. So today might be a little bit interesting, maybe. You do this. Oh shit! I didn't know you could do that. Oh, okay. Free roll on. Okay. What?
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. Judge Penny has to rise to resign.
Good morning, Judy. All right. Thank you. Apologize. We
Back.
had a delayed juror, but now we have all the jury. So we're
Thank you for the
All right,
facts.
do we have preliminary matters?
Somebody said that.
All right, sure.
So one of the jurors was late. Been dizzy enough for sure. Yeah, I've done a couple of videos talking about that. When that guy Juice, well, I don't think that would have saved him, Juice World. But I had that whole conversation a while back for the kids. Tester shit. I like paying triple for my protein though. Okay. how many days are left of this? Prime only says, and Rebecca says, I heard the 27th. There is an ending date. I think it might be that, right? Does anybody want to confirm that? There is a date that, like, if they don't finish this thing by a certain time, they're cutting everybody else off, like the rest of the testimonies, and they're just like, okay, it's time to deliberate or whatever. I think it is the 27th. Jared 3 was in the parking lot finishing off his mega pint. Imagine being pulled into like a 6-week trial. I mean, like in having to be on the jury selection, like on one of the jurors. Pretty long time. Have to go in there personally, like in person, sit there every day. Next Friday, closing arguments. Not sure what they're going to do for another week. May 27th. What do you do for work? This is all I do, buddy. Well, kind of. But yeah, I do this full time. Full time. But I started doing that about, and I think it was after the virus. After the virus, and they let me go. They canceled. Well, they let go a bunch of my coworkers, but they gave us severance packages, which was nice. And then I decided just to do it full time. And it makes a difference when you can actually do it full time versus you're juggling a 40-hour job and then trying to do it. It's pretty challenging. I used to get less sleep back then. I was taking Adderall and Vyvanse, just like stay up super late at night, waking up on a couple hours of sleep. I was up late last night, but I still got probably like a good 6 hours, maybe 7. I don't know. And this stuff, like this type of trial stuff, I mean, I enjoy it. It's like fun to me. This is, I mean, I guess it's easier than editing videos, but like, I think the most stressful part to me sometimes is like after the live stream when we're trying to plan a video for Facebook. And it's kind of like, it depends. Sometimes it's like hit or miss. But when it hits, it hits. I mean, it's nice. I want to keep trying to grow the Facebook page just for the clips. Michelle, holy crap. You're alive. No, I'm just kidding. I hope you're doing good. Mel, I called you last weekend. Did you? I don't know. I didn't see it. I remember seeing a text from you, but I don't remember a call. I hope you're doing good. Hope you and the family's good. Hubby, everybody. We got to catch up. We definitely have to talk about Maricela too, because I had a really interesting conversation with somebody about that situation that I can't put out. They didn't want me to put out, but we can have a private conversation about that. I think you'd find it interesting. Are you considering doing? Yeah, I actually am. Joyce T says, are you considering doing more live trials? I am. I'm not sure what's next as far as what we're going to do. There's a lot of things up in the air. I'm not sure what we're going to do next. If that Gary Petito thing happens to go to a live trial, I think that would be super interesting for us to cover. Plus, that was a lot of people are on this channel from that story, the Gary Petito thing. And that would be more fitting, kind of in line with the channel as far as like missing persons. Though, you know, yeah, I think that would fall in line. The other thing too, it would be nice to cover maybe something, I don't know, criminal or something more, a little bit more in line with what we do. This topic kind of is like out of left field. Like this is something, you know, there's people that normally cover this kind of stuff. This is not what we normally do, but it still kind of lines in because of the domestic violence stuff, you know, but. So I don't know. We'll see. But I definitely would like to do more of it in the future.
Okay.
Thank you, Shannon Pisces. I appreciate that. I love the people that supported me through the week, the 2 weeks that I was gone. Thank you so much for following me into hell, into Facebook. Some people don't hate Facebook, or even downloading Twitch and installing Twitch. That was really nice. Mao of Deuce. I missed a previous chat. Let me take a look. I think I do get a cut of the subs. I don't know how it works. I was actually trying to understand that last night about Twitch, because there's Prime subscriptions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your next witness.
And then there's
Your Honor,
regular.
We'd like to call Bruce Witkin, and it's by deposition designation.
All right, and who's first?
I think we are. I think we asked the
Okay.
questions first.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Your Honor.
That's right.
So Bruce
Will
Witkin.
counsel please stipulate that in lieu of formally swearing in the witness, the reporter
Damn.
will instead ask the witness to acknowledge that their testimony will be true under the penalties of perjury, that counsel will not object to the admissibility of the transcript based on proceeding this way, and that the witness has verified that he is in fact Bruce Witkin.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yo.
Mr.
Don't.
Chu?
So agreed.
And could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Bruce Witkin, California, 91607.
And how did you meet Mr. Depp?
He joined a band that I was in Florida.
And did Depp ever become family?
To me, yeah,
Who was the first person that Depp married?
my sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison. Yes,
Okay. And was that around the time?
it's right when we moved out here, 1984.
Okay. So how long have you known Mr. Depp? How many years?
It's got to be over 40, maybe from 82 to now.
And would you consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
We were until about 4 years ago. Yeah,
Okay. And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
yeah, I would consider him my best friend. Yeah.
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. You would call me a brother, I'd call him a brother. Yeah. We had a lot in common.
Is it fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we were as close as you can get.
And do you agree to tell the truth today, regardless of your close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
I tell the truth either way. Yes.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that how often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together. Well, he did the film. I just helped record some stuff. A lot of time between that era. But him and I spent a lot of time from around 2001 till 2015. You know,
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but, you know, I think that, yeah, it was going on. You know, it wasn't like crazy rock and roll house. No, it was just, yeah. But I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Getting high.
What? Oh,
Getting high.
Getting high, man.
okay. Getting high on cocaine?
Yeah, once in a while, if I saw it, you know. I mean, handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness, no. I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but, you know, my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you aware of Mr. Depp achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It's hard for me to, I mean, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed really kind of focused and wasn't drinking. I went to visit him, I believe it was New Mexico. Amber was there. Everything was like different. You know, he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
I'm feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when Lone Ranger was.
Is there a time that you believe that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in relation to Mr. Depp?
I don't have a strong opinion of Dr. Kipper, but I'll be honest as I can. He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber at the time. I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff. But that's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, and does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know. I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
Damn.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through, and so yeah, I was concerned, but couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be, and you know, there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You could tell, and I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah.
And they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, you know, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and wine and a sober nurse. Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act, you know.
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, you can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
You know, when he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Ant because my sister-in-law knew them.
And was, besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. You know, he brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on. I think he'd work himself up, you know.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Witkin.
Right.
Your name is in the participants column, and him or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
Right.
It's dated February 4th, 2014. Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. You know, they were having issues, yeah, he would mention it.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah, but you can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else. But yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would, by hit it hard, they would do...
They would drink and smoke weed. I don't know if I ever saw Manson do blow, but I would assume that he did. He's done everything else.
Okay, but you would see them drink together?
Yeah. I worked with them both on a few things, so.
Let's go to Exhibit 8, please.
Yeah.
We can see that it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014. And text exchange between you and Amber. And do you have
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
Do you know what kind of professional help, more specifically?
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. And I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know, and I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped.
3 reasons.
All right.
In my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with Amber. That's my opinion.
Okay. So you were referring to 2 types of professional help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this is actually a continuation of that same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
Right.
Do you think that you were going over there out of concern?
I mean, obviously, she was concerned, so I was concerned, and you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through to Manson or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. Because obviously I didn't get any real answers.
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12? It's April 28th of 2016.
Okay.
How often were you around Mr. Depp at this time in April of 2016?
Probably a bit, depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. Well, my dates are a little squirrely, but
Did you have any?
probably a bit.
Do you have any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah. Smoking weed, yeah.
So I think your prior testimony was that you've not observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
I've never seen them physically abuse each other, no.
And did you say this was at 3 a.m. when he called?
It was late. I can't exactly, but it was later than I imagined that I'd get a call. So I thought it was, something bad. So yeah, I went down.
So Stephen called at around 3 a.m, and then you went down. And your understanding, you went down after that call.
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
Yeah, that it was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. The first time Stephen ever called me for help like that. Usually it's just to come and record or go do this or go do that, but for some reason he wanted me to come.
And when Steve had called you, did he make any references to anything being thrown around?
That I don't remember. It was almost like, shit's going crazy down here, can you come?
Did he say that he wanted you to come urgently?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
My house downtown at 3 a.m, maybe 20 minutes.
Did you ever talk to Amber when you went over that morning?
Not really. It was just a lot of walking around and people going in and out of the bedroom, and I don't remember if people were crying. I don't remember any of that stuff. It was just like a blur to me. I don't remember if I talked to her. I'm sure I probably said everything's gonna be all right. But by the time I got there, you can tell there was a vibe in the house, but there's nothing I could witness.
What was the vibe in the house?
Yeah, just people, a little bit of an edge, And look, I got called down there at 3 a.m, and there's the mom up. I mean, it was obviously, to me, something went down, but I didn't see anything.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yep.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
This picture is ALH, in case you can't see the base number, 7101. It's dated March 23rd, 2013. Mr. Witkin, you mentioned previously that you had seen bruises on Amber's upper arm.
Yeah, one time, yes.
One time. Does this look like the bruise you saw on Amber's upper arm? Mr. Witkin, what did the bruise that you saw on Amber look like?
I mean, it looked similar to that, but it didn't look like it looked like a grab, not a punch. Like just somebody grabbed her arm.
And do you remember what year or time frame that bruise that you saw was?
I'd have to go through the dates. We were working on a Keith Richards documentary, and Johnny and her showed up to the studio, and I just had noticed it on her arm.
And
I don't know if it's the same date or not.
Did the bruise look like this bruise?
It's in the same vicinity. I don't know if that's the one.
Can you tell me more specifics about that bruise? What did it look like?
Like I said, it just looked like she was grabbed. That's all. That's what it seemed to me. Finger marks.
And did you ever talk to Amber about that bruise?
No.
And when did you see Mr. Depp with a fat lip?
Late. I'm thinking it's sometime in either 2015 or 16 during rehearsal.
could have been can you be more precise of a month? Do you think it could have been in the spring of 2015?
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we toured spring to summer, so yeah, maybe it's the spring of 15 or 16. I think it was 16. I think. But we did do other rehearsals for other spot gigs, so I could be off by a year.
If we could bring up Exhibit 15, please. If you look at the first text, Mr. Witkin, it's from
Woken up.
Mr. Depp. It says, "I'm good, just got a fucked finger."
Right.
And the second text?
That's from Dudas, yeah.
And do you remember what you would have been concerned about?
Just the fact that somehow his finger got cut off, and he's got doctors around him that are supposed to be making him sober, and everything's supposed to be better, and it wasn't.
Did Mr. Depp ever talk to you about that, about sobering up?
A little bit. He just said, you know, AA wasn't his cup of tea. Didn't believe in a higher power.
He didn't believe sobering up was his cup of tea?
No, he just didn't believe in a higher power. If he was going to do it, he'd do it his own way.
Do you remember any specific incidents of anger with Amber?
I mean, he would talk about frustrations or whatever, and we would try and talk through it, but it wasn't as much anger as it was like confusion and sadness and why is this not working, you know. But no, he would never, very rarely would it be a specific reason why.
And did you notice any increase or decrease in Mr. Depp's anger when he was drinking or on drugs?
I didn't notice much of a difference, you know.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with other bandmates?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with Joe Perry?
Yes.
And what types of drugs did you see them do?
They were doing cocaine.
And how do you know they were doing cocaine?
Because I was in the room.
And around what time was that?
It was pretty late.
What year?
It had to be 2016 because that's when we were on the road.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp do cocaine before 2016?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably 2014 was the first time I saw him do it, because I was quite surprised, because when we were kids, he hated this stuff. But then after that, when I kind of said, "Why are you doing this?" he kind of hid it from me for a long time until, I believe, in 2016.
And do you have any recollection of steps Mr. Depp took in December 2015 to try to assist in decreasing spending?
I don't know all the details about it. There was obviously another lawsuit with that whole thing. But I do know leading up to that time, he needed to slow down on spending. I heard about that.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about that?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Time. Just something about the business manager and, you know, been spending too much and I need to slow down or do more movies or whatever.
Have you been involved in Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
Yes, I have. I was part of the first one against the management group, and then I was deposed in the lawsuit with his lawyer, Jake Bloom.
Did you testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I was at Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out, talking. And I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me, and I just remember Waldman saying, "Hey, nice to meet you." And Johnny had told Waldman that I was part of Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit, and if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, "You got any shit on the Mandels?" And I said, "No." That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also testified in the Bloom case. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond to your testimony?
Not happy.
Not happy. And what's your relationship with Mr. Depp now? What happened in the last 4 years?
Honestly, I don't know. Somehow I started to feel a distance. End of 2017, we had a gig, and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up. And it's like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and bad-mouthed him. And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he wouldn't explain it. And pretty much I haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the old bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing. No email. My daughter even got married and he ignored it. So I think there's some people behind the scenes talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves, oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that, and when I was just there to be his friend. And I think there were some lies and bullshit said about me that he actually believed, which is surprising. And I've yet to have the conversation with him to go, "What are you talking about?" I know that he wasn't happy about my testimony, but I wasn't going to lie.
And did you ever try and help Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and help him with substance abuse?
I mean, I got him with a therapist, but never tried an intervention or nothing like that. No. We would just talk about it. And he would say, "Oh, you know, I'll be all right. I'll be all right." And I'd say, "Well, you're not all right." And shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but they don't want to lose their job. And I'm not saying they all fall into that category, but it's a strange thing around people like him. Everybody wants something.
And I think today you've testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have no knowledge one way or another of violence?
Not personal knowledge, no.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you?
No.
With anyone?
No.
Oh, that same person coughing,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Your next witness.
They need to take that person out of there. Nobody's concerned about that shit.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Something wrong with that person.
Your Honor,
Get
we'd
him out
like
of
to
the
call
courtroom. It's a
Tracy
danger.
Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation, and it begins with me
All right.
asking questions.
Tracy
All right, thank you.
Jacobs. Yo, son, that person for the last whole week or something's been coughing it up in there. That biohazard and
Please state
shit.
your name and address for the record.
Tracy Renee Jacobs, Los Angeles,
crazy
California.
And what is your current occupation?
Talent agent.
And how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing Mr. Depp?
When I was at another agency at ICM, I think I represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me. And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years, minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent, so my job, as all agents are, was to find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him, acting jobs for him initially.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, would you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
And do you take any credit for that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest star in the world?
Well, A, that he was extraordinarily talented, and B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with, and being able to master the two and put them together.
What is your understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I know is he terminated essentially everyone in his life, so I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20 said, I'm directing your attention to line 20 of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, at a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes, I had to leave the agency. Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation of him?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because it's all untrue.
Oh.
And then I asked him, after asking if he sued you, and he said no. He did sue Mr. Mandel and Jake Bloom, so I thought it was prudent to ask. Then I asked him, did Tracy Jacobs say why she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent? And he answered, she certainly never expressed any of those things to me. These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the realization that I was not easy to represent after I fired her. But Ms. Jacobs, there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She had been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore, there was an obvious, great, huge conflict of interest, which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, it's not a good idea. Now, my question to you is, do you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that you had conflicts of interest all over the place in representing Mr. Depp, as he states here?
No.
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
Nope. Never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to
That's
represent?
true.
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
Damn, bro. Yo.
His unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
I think that covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question. What do you mean by Mr. Depp's unprofessional behavior in the last 10 years of your representation?
Showing up late to set consistently on virtually every movie. I would get yelled at. I never said to him, "You're a difficult client." I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, "You've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you." And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And it also got around town. I mean, people talk. It's a small community. And it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the production of Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to determine that that was the time you should get on a plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
Okay.
And why did you refer Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
He has had a lot of experience with high-profile people and really helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealings with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based on your dealings with Mr. Depp. Was it your observation that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Yes.
And in your observation of Mr. Depp having fundamental issues with anger, did that worsen over the time of your representation, or was it relatively the same?
Yes. It worsened over time.
Did you observe Mr. Depp lacking patience when he didn't get his needs met?
Yes, but yes.
Do you recall a time while you were representing Mr. Depp that he started having earpieces so people could feed him his lines during filming?
Yes.
Recall that became a regular thing for Mr. Depp, that he needed to use earpieces for lines being fed to him during films.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of issues associated with London Fields?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at deposition exhibit number 8. Ms. Jacobs, I'll take you to the second page first so you can just read the frame. And there's really just a part there. And then here's where I'm going to direct your attention. This is from Mr. Depp to you on Saturday, August 29, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp, when Mr. Depp would write to you in emails, would he regularly have parts of it all capitals and exclamation marks?
Yes.
Harley's, he says fucking Harley. What is he talking about?
I think he's referring to, I don't know. I think he might be referring to the daughter of a director friend of his, but I'm not sure.
So do you have an understanding of what he's talking about with the Matthew Cullen version?
Matthew Cullen was the director. I don't know about nudity, although clearly that was the case according to his understanding. And I guess he was trying to get me to kill it.
Okay. And then you responded to him, I'm already on it with lawyers and Marty Singer. Have spoken to Matthew Cullen twice this AM. He also wants it stopped. We are doing everything to shut this down. Was there another version of London?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. He made a typo here, which is why Harley, he means Hanley. They were the producers.
And as you sit here today, can you recall anyone at Disney committing in any way that Johnny Depp would be in Pilot 6?
No.
You testified at the beginning of this deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp, he was, I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And what would you say the reputation of Johnny Depp is today?
These lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
But have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in angry behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a wife beater?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Judge
No.
McGee?
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No,
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp kick a woman?
no,
Other than Amber Heard, do you know of any other woman who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
no,
Have you ever seen in person any marks on Amber Heard?
no,
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
yes,
During that period of time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
no.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I know there were conversations going on.
What were you referring to when you said at the top of this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
That we were able to help him out when he was in financial desperation.
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp.
And what particularly was good news?
That we were able to secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money. And it was very helpful to him.
What was the final deal for Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid $25 million with the back end.
Would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other? Do you know?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp terminated you?
Correct, yes.
Earlier you said that Mr. Depp's reputation, that he became the greatest actor in the world, right?
That's not what I said, but okay. I said he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So, as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016, did you still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No.
Why not?
Because his star had dimmed due to it getting harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his lateness and other things.
And what were the other things?
Just, people were talking and the question was out there about his behavior.
And that behavior included?
I think I've described it several times.
Would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes.
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
I read that. I don't know.
Do you have any understanding of why Mr. Depp needed that loan in January of 2016?
Yes, he had said he had come in and met with us and he had asked for $20 million.
Did Mr. Depp tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why, he just expected us to do it.
So Mr. Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
Actually, it was, I want you to give me $20 million. It was not discussed, the question was not asked as a loan.
And what did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that point. I was just in the meeting.
And in the meeting, do you recall what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money. We're not a bank.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that you should just give him $20 million as opposed to loan?
Yes.
What
He felt that it had made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
Have you ever had any other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No.
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
Action.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No.
Did Mr. Depp get The Invisible Man?
They didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out, for Universal with Blumhouse.
You were asked about whether there was any option contract for Pirate 6. And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirate 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness. Yeah. Again, Ms. Berthoff. Thank you.
Your Honor, our next witness is Joel Mandel. He's also by deposition designation.
Okay, we got another moving kind of fast.
And we start the questioning.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Young and Shirley. Appreciate the super chat. I'm gonna get the super chats and
Please
PayPal's out.
state your name and business address.
Moving quick.
It's Joel Mandel. That's Mandel. It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr. Mandel, you are here under subpoena. Is that correct? Testifying under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983. I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87 called Wyman, Bouts, Rothman, Keekel, and Silber. And I left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience in the field of the business management, the types of clients represented, your reputation in Hollywood, business field?
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full service business management firm, which means that we provide a wide array of financial, administrative, advisory kinds of services. And we pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes and We help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services, but financial and personal services that we provide to our clients.
And what types of clients are those?
The business, our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking.
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
So if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through if that's possible.
Let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp. What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in 99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a sudden what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time. But that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
Can you please describe for me the day-to-day logistics of communicating with Mr. Depp relating to your services?
Sure. So I'll explain this. But early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in what I would call a gatekeeper-like role, and that she was going to play an instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers. And so there was interface on a constant basis with Christy in the role that he sort of placed her in. The conversations and communications were constant and daily. With Mr. Depp, they were when they needed to be. And so we talked often, we met often, but not with the same kinds of frequency, the daily kinds of frequency that I communicated with Christy.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Look, they changed over time. And so the challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting, very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, income and expense have grown dramatically. There's more staff, there are more real properties. There's more. I mean, it exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's all changes and challenges, but good changes and good challenges. My sense of the challenge of this representation and my description of the challenge would change probably sometime around 2010. I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty. And what I had always experienced as someone who liked to enjoy his wine at the end of the day became consumption that seemed excessive. And the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs. And that translated into more erratic behavior, more stressful behavior, more times when it was difficult to engage in the kinds of conversations I needed to do my job. And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2010. And quite frankly, the other thing that happened, and this is in 13, 14, his meteoric sort of career rise had started to, there were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor, director, I mean, if you're only judged by your last picture, and there were a number of pictures in a row that were not successful. And so there was a combination of events, what felt like professional pressures, what felt like some professional dissatisfactions, what I sensed was likely strains in his relationship with Amber, the use of alcohol and drugs, made my job more challenging.
You indicated that you were having more difficulty arranging meetings. What, if any, role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And so there were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and so forth.
All right. So were there any periods that you can recall between 2010 and the end of your relationship with Mr. Depp that Mr. Depp had any periods of sobriety?
There were certainly stretches of time when he seemed better. There were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and more often not.
As the business manager, you would have been responsible for paying Dr. Kipper's expenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year Mr. Depp spent on Dr. Kipper and his staff?
I think the fee was around $100,000 a month.
Describe for me what you observed of Mr. Depp engaging in what you would call erratic behavior.
What I mean are a variety of ways in which responses to things seem disproportionate to the things. And so, There were times when he would be upset about something, and he would be very, very, very upset about something, seemingly to me disproportionate to that something. Again, erratic is a funny word. I felt like things were less predictable. I felt like it, I was, I guess, professionally in a place where I never knew day to day what to expect.
You said that Mr. Depp was sometimes his responses seemed to be disproportionate and that he would be very, very upset. What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp expressing anger?
When he was angry at someone, he would let them know. Was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, certainly on a handful of occasions in 2015. But if he was upset at a contractor, he would vent. If he was upset with a security person, he would vent. He would, he seemed to become increasingly less filtered and increasingly the notion of I want to answer you accurately. People moderate their behavior. They may moderate their behavior in public because things are, inappropriate in a particular setting. People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained in how the employee is chastised. My experience was that Mr. Depp became increasingly less constrained, less concerned with whether he was going to upset someone's feelings, or just increasingly comfortable venting in an aggressive way when he was upset or disappointed about something.
And did that increase over time, beginning, I think you said around 2010?
It began to change in about 2010, and it increased over time, and increased to the point where our relationship began to be impacted in 2015 and was eventually obviously severed in 2016.
When Mr. Depp would express his anger and upset, did he use profanity?
Sure.
Did you observe any increase in Mr. Depp's expressions of anger and upset associated with any increase in financial difficulties or having to discuss financial difficulties?
Yes. His financial circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern, there was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial circumstances were not met very favorably.
So did there come a time that you observed as Mr. Depp's business manager that his spending habits became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin?
Again, in the time frame I've described in that 2010 and on time frame, as I recall, income was very significant. Spending was very significant. And the spending levels had grown very, very, very large, and required that level of incredibly high income to be maintained. And when it dropped off, the disconnect became untenable.
And what, if anything, did you say or do to try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
And were Nathan Holmes, Kevin Murphy, and Stephen Duders part of the $300,000 a month full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much each of them were paid?
It's been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy was probably paid about $250,000 a year, and Stephen and Nathan probably about $125,000 a year.
Do you know how much Jerry Judge was being paid by Mr. Depp as a security guard?
We paid Jerry by the day. I think Jerry made something like $10,000 a day.
Did Mr. Depp spend any money on charities?
Some, not very much.
And approximately how much?
No specific recollection.
Less than 50,000?
I don't recall writing large charity checks. It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something rather than write checks.
Mr. Mandel, did Mr. Depp ever acknowledge that he needed to change his spending patterns and improve the situation?
Yes. At various times when we would have these conversations, he would acknowledge that he understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
And were there occasions that Mr. Depp would apologize and say he was going to do better?
That happened on occasion, yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make about whether Mr. Depp ultimately did improve and work with you to try to get his spending under control?
That never seemed to happen. And so there would be, at times, expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be, teed up that had to happen to make those, words real. There was no follow through.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMJ file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalves while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp testified under oath that you did not file his tax returns for 17 years?
I'm aware that you're telling me.
Is it true that you did not file his tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
No, that's not true.
Were there times that you were unable to pay some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time? What is your understanding of what or his numerous other vices meant?
The use of alcohol and drugs.
Do you know how much Mr. Depp spent on prescription drugs during the time that you were his business manager?
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very high, thousands of dollars a month, but I can't tell you the time periods.
Do you have a recollection of whether TMG had to pay for property damage at other rental properties or hotel properties that Mr. Depp used because of damage to the property?
Specifics, no, but did we pay damages at various times over the years? Absolutely, yes.
And do you recall that Mr. Depp from time to time did commit property damage in the rentals that he was in or hotels? And you recall that there were times you did have to pay for damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little bit earlier about needing 25 million by the end of the year. Are you aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and obtain 25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So the first time that you as the business manager were unable to pay Mr. Depp's taxes by October 15 was October 15, 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you consider that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that we were trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8, which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and pouring wine, etc., in the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
I recall the video, yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news the morning of February 10, 2016?
I don't recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how these very dire financial circumstances were going to be addressed. And as I've indicated, the tone of these conversations became more tense as time went on, and these issues were not being addressed.
And is it fair to say in the first half of February of 2016, the conversations that you have just described were taking place?
I'll answer even more specifically. Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn in July of 15, when it became clear that he was not willing to sell the property in the south of France. And the tone of those conversations became more heated and more contentious as time went on because the circumstances were more dire.
And would it be fair to say that your perception was that the circumstances continued to become more dire between July 2015 up through the time of your termination in March 2016?
They did.
How did you learn of TMG's termination?
Edward White had a colleague, an employee, a CPA, someone in his office came to our office physically and hand-delivered a letter.
And who was the letter from?
I think they hand-delivered like one letter on the 15th and one on the 16th. So there was a letter signed by Mr. Depp indicating that our services had been terminated. And then there was a letter from Edward White's office, I recall, saying that they were the new people and we should coordinate a transition.
Did you have any familiarity with Edward White as of the time of the termination?
I had not heard of him.
And did Mr. White accept your offers of assistance?
For the most part, no.
Now, approximately how much did Mr. Depp earn during the period of time you represented him?
I recall the amount being reported to be something like $600 million, and believe that amount was probably, close to that.
Did you steal $650 million from Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you steal anything from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, did TMG or you take any money other than the fees that you were entitled to from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, were you ever found adjudicated by any court, any kind of legal entity, any agency to have committed malpractice, malfeasance, or embezzlement?
No.
All All right, well, we'll go ahead and take our morning recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. Again, court is still in session, if we could. Court is still in session. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take a recess then until 11:15. Is that working? All right, thank you. Recess.
Muted. My bad. It's gonna be like 100. Muted. Laughing beside you. Thank you for telling me. You're one of the first people. Thank you. Laughing beside you. Oh shit! They get me in the chat now. Yo, so how you guys feeling about today? I really didn't listen to this last guy, to be honest with you. What do the kids say? TBH. To be honest with you. But that's kind of long, right? To be on WYU, whatever. But this guy, Joel Mandel, and what they told me in the chat, Jazz says that this guy, Joel Mandel and his management company settled a $25 million lawsuit that former client Johnny Depp had brought against them. There was an interesting article with regards to the Bruce Witkin guy, but I don't know that it's the same person. And so we're going to hold. I don't know that that's the same person. And so we want to be really sure about before we put something, like that on somebody. When they coming back? On break, 15 minutes, something like that. So yeah, we'll double check that and see. Lots of nothing disgruntled. I'm sipping on my by the way, this poison stuff, this pre-workout stuff. I kind of like this one because this one gives me like good vibes and stuff, crack vibes. Man, the other people I noticed with Amber's people, they all kind of look zombie-ish, like just kind of out of it, like just out of touch, like not out of touch, but like zombies. Except that this guy, I guess, seemed kind of together. The hippie dude, he seemed neutral. What was his name? Let me pull up his name. The hippie guy. Oh, that was Bruce Witkin, right? I think that was Bruce Witkin. The guy with his hair kind of like poofed out and stuff, blow out. He threw Dr. Kipper under the bus. He called him a quack. Just he wasn't doing anything, a waste, a hoax. He didn't do anything to help the situation, in his opinion. It's a quack. He's giving people pills and getting them high and keeping them high. Depp's former close friend. The first witness is Bruce Witkin, a former close friend of Johnny Depp he previously toured with. Depp's band Hollywood Vampires. What is that? Anybody in the chat know that? Hollywood Vampires? Oh, let me get the super chats and I got to get the PayPal too. If you guys could hit like, please, on YouTube, I would appreciate it. That would really help me out with the likes. We can get at least 1,000. That should be easy to do. We're at 980. What else was I thinking? I'm a little scattered. Let me get this real quick to the PayPal. I want to make sure I acknowledge it because, there's less of a cut, but it doesn't pop up on the screen. And so I want to make sure I get that. So just thank you, Lisa. This was from May 17. I missed it. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Viviana. Appreciate that so much for the PayPals. And then from yesterday that I missed this as well. Julia, thank you so much for this PayPal. And Nancy, gracias. I appreciate it. Because they take less of a cut over there. And also, I got to maybe just get the Cash App real quick. I feel like today I'm on cruise control. I almost wasn't even gonna put on like this polo thing. I thought I was just gonna roll up in a shirt. It's a ragged t-shirt. I was just gonna like roll out of bed in some ragged ass t-shirt and just say, all right, let's do it. Yeah, let me just give a quick thanks to Beth, and thank you so much for the cash app yesterday. Evie, thank you for the cash app, says, for you are hilarious. I will only see this trial with you. Thank you so much, Evie. Elizabeth, this was on Tuesday. Thank you for the cash app. Lisa, thank you for the cash app. Thanks for your hard work. And my queen, thank you for the cash app. Now the super chats, let me get those real quick too. Let's see what I missed. Oh, okay. I missed Plan Your Chaos. All right, got you. Good morning and welcome. And I added you to the admin mod thing. Ooh, I like that. Katrina. ADD. Focus, Melon. Chantel, thank you for the bits. Thank you for being on Twitch. I appreciate the support, Chantel. Mile of Deuce, thank you so much. Yo, for gifting the subs to Yo-Yo and Doze. I gotta check Fiverr too. They did this the plug. What's going on with the plug? The emoji plug. Did he finish the work this week? He said he was gonna finish this week. Where's the emoji plug? Orders. Still in progress. Oh. Come on. Let me just send him a message. Okay. I'm still looking for somebody to design this thing for me for the mason jar. Well, it's a cup, but it's like a jar thing. It looks really cool. It's like I think it has a straw thing. It's specific dimensions. A couple of people had reached out to me. I think they were gonna get back to me. I gotta check and see if they got back. 11:15. We're back. Okay, thanks. That's set. Samantha, I got your super chat, and I definitely wasn't offended. You're good. Don't worry about that. Young and Shirley, I'd say partake, not abuse. BW, LOL. Lethal Latin. This dude looks like he smells like tuna fish. I wonder which guy you were, which one you were talking about. Maybe he the type to clip toenails at the dinner table. No, I think maybe you were talking about this guy, Bruce Witkin. He said he the type to clip toenails at the dinner table. He kind of looks like he would. I want to say. Latin says she just lost me when she said my talent. I know. Young and Shirley, thank you for the super chat. Is that Marilyn Manson in a wig? Oh Lord Jesus Christ. Lord Almighty. Jennifer, how many people has JD sued? I don't know. Maybe we can find that out. Maybe the research group, maybe they can look into that. I don't know if there's a specific website that lists that we could just find in one place. That could be something to check out. How many people has JD sued? Mandy Morrow, thank you for the super chat. Young and Shirley, legal team having difficulty proving abuse. So back to JD as a saboteur of his own career, not Washington Post op-ed. First day could watch iCkEdMeL live with you guys this week. Thanks. What? First day could watch iCkEdMeL live with you guys this week. Thanks, Mel, mods, and chat. You rock. Thank you. Appreciate that. K5, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Amber, Io, Rocky, Drew were leeches on Depp. They were no good. Losers. Deanna, thank you for becoming a member. Avril, thank you for becoming a member. Wendy, thank you for becoming a member. See if I missed anybody. Thank you, Dora, on Facebook for becoming a supporter. Dog stepped on a bee. Oh, okay, I missed the Wilson Dallas birthday in chat. Happy birthday, the Wilson Dallas. Happy birthday. Jazz pointed it out. Thank you. I thought this guy, I thought he was kind of neutral too. See, he seemed somewhat neutral. And he spoke of Johnny Depp's, he says Johnny Depp was jealous. Johnny Depp's former close friend Bruce Witkin is giving evidence in a pre-recorded deposition. Mr. Witkin says he witnessed Johnny Depp taking drugs and drinking during their 40-year friendship. That's a long-ass time, 40-year friendship. Damn, what are friends for? We're shown a message Mr. Witkin wrote about Depp's private doctor in which he says, I'm real worried about Depp and this Dr. Kipper. He tells the court, I didn't trust this guy and believe that it was a scam. Dr. Kipper said it ain't so. Dr. Yum Yum. He tells the court, I didn't trust this guy and that he believed it was a scam. He's referring to Depp's use of a private doctor, specifically Dr. Kipper. Mr. Witkin says he had concerns about Depp's health linked to his drink and substance abuse. He says, I love the guy, talking about Depp. Asks if Amber Heard was nice to him. He says, yes, she was always nice. He also says, when asked, that Depp is a romantic person. Ooh. He is asked if he ever witnessed Depp suffering from issues of jealousy, and Mr. Witkin says, yes, he did. He asks if Depp's friendship with rock star Marilyn Manson. Oh, he asks about the friendship and tells the court him and Manson would hit it pretty hard. They would drink and smoke weed. I don't know if Manson did both, but I'd assume he did. He did everything else. Marilyn Manson. Oh, so we got that now. How does that work? So membership gifting, buy a membership for multiple viewers. All right, let me try if I could do that. So there's a new option because YouTube's trying to catch up to Twitch, right? Or they're trying to come up or use some of the ideas that Twitch has apparently. Let me see. Can I do that? Can I? Monkeypox. Somebody said, or I'm looking at a title of a video. Monkeypox cases rapidly spreading in Europe and North America. Monkeypox. You got another concern to worry about now. Now you have to get the monkeypox vaccine. Monkeypox. Oh, you did it. Okay, Jasmine gifted 1 iCkEdMeL membership. Cool. Thank you, Jazz. But how do we know, like, who does it go to? YouTube doesn't tell you? I didn't even tell me they enabled it. I signed up for the program, but I didn't know I got enabled. Oh, I can't buy it for people either. I was going to do it myself to see how it would work out on my account, but it doesn't let me do it. I guess I can't do it myself. YouTube chooses who to hand memberships out to at random after you purchase it. Damn, so they don't even tell us? It's just a mystery and shit? Can you fix that, YouTube? They should at least say this person was awarded the free membership or something like that. They don't even tell you. Probably somebody that never, like, chat. Well, no, it's supposed to be one of the more engaged people, I think, right? I'm disgusted by all those people. Unlike you, I have intelligence and can see the difference. I don't lump everyone in the same category. What are they talking about? Monkeypox. Oh, Nikki. Okay, Nikki got it. All right. Nikki got the free membership. Awesome. Thank you, Jess. That's cool. I wish it would let me do it. Why can't I do that? They should let the creators do it too. Or is that like some sort of like, I don't know. Why wouldn't they let me do it? Super sticker, super chat, membership. Oh, maybe I have to be a member first before I can do it. Is that how it works? 20 members can do it, right? Let's see. Hey. Discard it. Oh, 1 second. Let me see if I can do this. Oh shit. Break this. They're saying Twitch is so much better. Uh-oh, Twitch is saying on Twitch you can control who gets it, right? On YouTube it's just kind of like random. I mean, I know it's a new process thing. Maybe eventually they'll do it. Let me see. Perks unlocked. That's so dumb. All right, let's see. Oh, that's how it works. Okay, so you have to be a member. Oh shit. All right, let's do that. Let's see. We'll just do that. All right. Let's see. Boom. All right. Oh, so the people's names pop up after? Let me see. Is it picking him now randomly? Oh, it tells you in the chat who was gifted. Oh, okay. Boom. Oh shit. Oh, sorry. I'm out the green. Oh, it does tell you in the chat. Okay. Post your Twitch link. Okay, let's see. I don't even know how to do that. Oh yeah. I can post a Twitch link. Did it give somebody that has a membership or a membership again? What? No. iCkEdMeL beat. Hey, the Wilson Dallas. Yeah, my birthday's on Monday. All right, well, that's good to know, I guess. Yeah, that's new on YouTube. They're just I guess I'm assuming they got that idea from Twitch. It's a beta thing though. It's like in the beta phases. Twitch is like
Okay.
Oh
You
shit.
want to approach?
Yeah, it scared the shit out of me. Yeah. Twitch is like a streaming platform that was kind of originally for gaming. It still is, but you can do other things on there as well. Podcasts, this. Pussycat. The Pussycat team. I've seen like 1 or 2 videos of Legal Bites, and she's good. There's quite a few. I know there's quite a few lawyers covering this. If I was a lawyer, I'd be doing this. I'd be covering this too. For sure. Stir craze. I saw that. Oh, I think they're going back and forth in the chat. I think that's what's going on. I read one message, but I think they're having like a debate or something in the chat about Johnny Depp. Yeah, pay attention to the monkeypox. That's probably gonna be the next pandemic. Yeah, I don't know. They're talking about this monkeypox thing. It's like hold on. Isn't that something that's manufactured too? Something that got out in the lab or something like that. Monkeypox, what to know about it? CDC and Massachusetts health officials investigating monkeypox case. Monkeypox case reported as Spain and Portugal report infections. Wasn't that like something from Monkeypox was first discovered in 1958 when 2 outbreaks of a pox-like disease occurred in colonies of monkeys kept for research. Tuve. Hence the name monkeypox. The first human case of monkeypox was recorded in 1970 in the Democratic Republic of Congo, during a period of intensified effort to eliminate smallpox. Bambagot. Research labs. So what are they gonna do now? They're gonna have to come. Is there a monkeypox vaccine or? Yeah, Lady B. I'm gonna save your question. Maybe we can call Terry on the break if she's not working. Let me add it. Let me make a little list about the depositions. Depositions. Know these phone numbers. Questions. Okay.
All right, we ready for the jury then? Okay.
Becky effing Day. I will do the cup for you, Mel. Pro bono. Seriously though. I'll message you. Yo, send me yeah, let's do it. I'm a member of your page there. And I don't mind shouting you out or putting your company name or even sending you something. I don't mind whatever. We can work something out. I'll just put it as a tax write-off. We could work something out. And I don't mind yeah, message me on Facebook. Inbox me. Writing off everything, man. Write this off, that off, the memberships, purchases, write that off too. Boom, boom, boom.
All right, be seated. Your next witness.
Your Honor, our next witness is Adam Waldman, and I will start the questioning, and then Mr. Rottenborn split that with me, and we'll be questioning next, and then it will be Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right.
Rottenborn.
Morning. My name is Elaine Bredehoff, and together with Ben Rottenborn, we represent Amber Laura Heard. Will you please state your name and address?
Sure, it's Adam Robert Waldman, Washington, D.C.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Bredehoff, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
I think he can answer that yes or no, but I would I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman?
I believe that's true.
Okay. And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection. And I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction not to answer. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Mr. Waldman, when did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds that you can't answer that question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications, and the fee arrangement in any event is irrelevant. But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship, yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you for advice?
I do instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Well, let's go general again and see if maybe we can work at it from that perspective. So in your relationship with your clients, you provide advice and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token, it would be up to the client to determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
Okay. I think we need to let...
Would be free to terminate at any time.
My apologies, Mr. Waldman. I didn't realize you were still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way, so I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Now, and Mr. Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position to make the final decision regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that I know he can't answer that question without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp. So I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, if you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for deciding, the ultimate outcome of the settlement. Yes.
Now, you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had split up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking personal knowledge, which would mean you would have had to have witnessed it.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client, Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Once you came into Mr. Depp's life and became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp.
It would.
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr. Depp's agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy Jacobs?
And again, Adam, same instruction to the extent that that answering the question requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp. I would instruct you not to answer the question.
It would.
Was it Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in the communication with you.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joe Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision-making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm, is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Will you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was your role in the UK litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily requires him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
It would.
You represented Mr. Depp throughout the UK litigation, correct?
Again, I would.
And Mr. Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the Sun and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp of being a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten, correct?
And again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as to the thought process that went into filing that particular lawsuit.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2019 up until October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that Amber Heard defamed him by suggesting that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Yes.
As part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Again, I would, that is attorney work product, and that is protected in Virginia. So I would object on that basis, but you can answer that question yes or no.
Yes.
You also spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
and I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires disclosure of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
It would.
And therefore,
I accept the instruction.
how frequently did you communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
What were you hoping to gain?
Same instruction not to answer the question.
I accept the instruction.
You remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for all of his affairs, isn't that correct?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp, and we have to be consistent.
That's true, and I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
I think it would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp, so I accept your instruction.
The author of this article, which was published on June 21, 2018, is Stephen Roderick. Were you present when Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Okay. Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10. And it says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. Do you see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that an accurate statement?
No.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question, notwithstanding, why did Mr. Depp contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp authorize you to have communications with the Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Did you assist Mr. Depp with publicity on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communications.
I accept the instruction.
In your view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
The witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's behalf?
And I'm going to instruct not to answer because, again, I don't think you can answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp about authority. So I'm instructing you not to answer the question.
It was Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you reached out to a number of other publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
Was got it locked
It
down.
would, and I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Same instruction not to answer based on attorney-client privilege and attorney
Why
work
even play
product.
this shit?
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to this litigation?
Same instruction on the same grounds.
I accept it.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to concerning allegations that Mr. Depp had abused Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Block, 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 block,
I
block.
accept the instruction.
I accept that. Yeah.
Mr. Waldman, you had a Twitter account, did you not?
I did.
When did you begin that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
Was it prior to 2005, 2010, 2015?
Do you want me to speculate?
I want you to give me your best estimate.
Okay. I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific date on it.
Do you
If you
recall?
want to give me ranges, I could try.
Do you recall how many years you had the Twitter account?
Not precisely, no.
Was it more than a year?
I think so.
Was it more than 3 years?
I don't think so.
Now, you had your Twitter account suspended, correct?
Ooh.
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Do you recall when that was?
Not with specificity, no.
Do you recall why?
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life from their platform. And the response that I received was multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they name one example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
Damn.
So just so the record's clear, so you have been suspended for life by Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a Twitter account now?
No.
Do you still communicate with the press relating to Mr. Depp?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires you to disclose communications between you and Johnny.
It would, so I accept the instruction.
Do you still communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press?
Same instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, it would require Mr. Waldman to disclose his communications with Mr. Depp, which he will not do.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak to the press?
I will instruct the witness not to answer because it's an end around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Mr. Heard or Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept the instruction.
Have you ever asked the press to correct or retract any statements you have made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand. I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. I think I'm going to try to blow it up just a touch. It looks kind of hard to read. Okay. And it's an article from July 3, 2020. It's the Mail Online. This is Daily Mail Online. Do you see that?
I do.
No, actually, if I'm just going to go to page 8, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the following. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts, quote facts, end of quote, as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you make that statement?
I believe I did.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make the statement?
Same instruction, same rationale. You can't answer the why question without disclosing attorney-client privilege, so I would instruct you not to answer.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
And in any event, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question. I can agree with the instruction, but I probably should hear the question.
Fair enough.
Amy, could you read that back, please? Thank you.
One moment. Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
I would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for the repetition.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same grounds.
Yeah, I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss the statement with Mr. Depp after making the statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware that you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have retracted or corrected it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct, would you have corrected or retracted it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5. Mr. Waldman, I'm going to be asking you a question about a specific statement in this one. If you would like to read the article first, you are certainly at liberty to, and you could take control now and do that.
Thank you, I will.
It says, this is, I guess, I didn't set the stage here. This was the Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
Then I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement. Quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that statement?
I do.
Did you make those statements?
There are two parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm sorry.
Where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through (911), you stated all that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss these statements with Mr. Depp following making these statements?
Same instruction, same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted or corrected them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct, would you have corrected or retracted them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online July 3, 2020. And if you would like to go ahead and read the article, this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldman, we were looking at Waldman Exhibit number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredoff, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading, and I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Okay. You see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears so.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. But were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make the statement on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 11. And if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it. Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you, it's just kind of 2.5 pages. Go ahead and take the moment to review it, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I've read it.
Okay. So directing your attention to exhibit number 11. So, because there's a number of these, so maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversation. If you look at the top, conversation, 6 messages, 3 parties, over 209 minutes.
And it has this first one, it has a date and a time, and it has a telephone number. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then it
Oh, it's muted.
has
Oh my God.
some email
Just
messages, or text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what publication?
Oh no, he's a publicist. He's an advisor on media.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of public relations role?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so, so I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail online for Monday, 17th February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail online on 17th February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday the 17th of February, no, but I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
When did you obtain the audio tape that you're referencing in this text message?
And I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp, your client.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
What tape did you provide to the Mail online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
None.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence or had domestic violence committed on them other than Mr. Depp?
No.
And of course, you never saw any, as you would say, element or elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
I never saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
Before we get there, as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses that you, among the 29 or so that you referred to in the text to Christian Carino, that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's claims of abuse by Johnny Depp?
Okay, good. It's also probably easier to answer by taking a particular incident rather than just thinking of names of people. So maybe this is a good illustration that is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016, and I always view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine. It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained female police officer, who've testified over and over and over that there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, that I can think of, 9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forums, various times, that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st and the 27th, when suddenly there were bruises.
Who are those 9?
Let's see. Laura Divinier, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divinier was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist and a good friend of Ms. Heard's. Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on, the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, to her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured on CCTV also. Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building. And I think Brandon Patterson also testified about the absence of bruises. And I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax, I should distinguish these people specifically have given testimony that Ms. Heard was uninjured between the 21st of May up into perhaps the 25th or 26th of May, and then of course she appeared bruised again on the 27th. Some of them have testified that even after the 27th, they were with her and she appeared, and that she appeared bruised. But during that period between the 21st and the 27th, I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers, but I think that's an illustration of what I was referring to when I in the question you asked me about.
Can you please pull up the document labeled ARW 660, please? Sorry, but you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you helped disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
As to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
Have you communicated with other social media users about this case other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case
Other social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on Earth.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think, NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
Oh!
I've had several phone calls with the person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. I don't actually know his real name.
Have you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so, no.
What are other, well, let me ask you this. Have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian Fella?
Yes.
What about someone who goes by the name The Real Laura B?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
And have you communicated to those individuals listed evidence that you believe suggests that Ms. Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists, because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media. If they have questions about evidence or the facts, I'll inform them.
And have you, when you communicate with them, do you do so? You testified some by phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone, but if I communicated in writing, it would be probably by signal.
Can you please pull up the exhibits ALH 17001 to 2, please?
Showing on the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Ms. Heard for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially came the statement. Then came notification from the LAPD that it was actually the LA Sheriff's Department that was investigating it, and that was the last I heard about it.
And who notified you from the LAPD that it was allegedly the Sheriff's Department who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I don't, I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
In your view? So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
And was that the only time that you spoke to this person?
The 2 times.
Were they both in person?
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that
no,
right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed a claim with the LAPD regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Hurd and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a court.
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
Yes.
Do you know whether that claim was produced as part of your document production in this case? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
I don't know that I ever received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD. But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
So you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation, to the extent it existed, from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
Do you have your own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
I think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
I suppose the practice of law in general is legal training, but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you offer legal services to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll say, do you offer legal services to the general public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
That's it.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and have that witness. And is that? And go ahead.
We start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
What's your name and business address for the record, please?
Marie Sadanaga, Marie Sadanaga, Sadanaga. And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator for the department?
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
And how long have you been with the LAPD?
17 years.
What, if any, policies, procedures, and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases?
Once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine whether there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier about when the victim is reluctant to press charges. If the patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
So if there are, when the patrol officers arrive at the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene, how many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident call here, and it goes down and it has domestic dispute, and then it says, met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute, and refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. It's dated November 24, 2014. And it's subject domestic violence supplemental report. And it says the domestic violence supplemental report form 15.40.02 has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating?
Right. The supplemental includes a lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it, and the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadanaga, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at this, And we start out on the left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why these are included on this list?
My understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur, so things that we want officers to look for and mark when they take the crime report.
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics that are on the list for the victims, are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every situation is different. I believe, well, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report. So there is a place to document your observations and statements from people and a reason to have those photographs.
Even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports where there are no crime, and that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written where everything, the officer's investigation and observations and any photographs are listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 for patrol officers to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
So the purpose of domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same, I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of danger to them, and that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their investigation. The statements that anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long, they've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence. All that would be included in the narrative of an incident report.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report?
Yes, they can be if there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day?
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence has occurred?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects. Every situation is different, but it's really like taking in the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they can get all information to make that educated determination if a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
We take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that their life was in danger, or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument, there was no physical injury, both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
Okay. And so in that case, in that third case that you just described, would there be any documentation required typically?
On that third one, when we don't have the fear, so it makes it no incident report, it's only documented on that daily field activity report.
Ms. Meadowhoff asked a line of questions earlier on in the deposition about victims of domestic violence being reluctant to come forward and speak up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a significant problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
Yes.
Okay. When confronted with a person who's unwilling to make a statement, is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate that they have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control, and see if we can, start a rapport with the victim and get them to discuss. But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible injuries, or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode, does the fact that the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
No, not necessarily, because they would need to investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and, evidence of some type of struggle. So they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that injury.
There were a number of questions asked about if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth, and both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this. And so I just want to make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? This is as of May 2016.
To do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone that is at scene, seeing if there's any type of physical evidence of altercation, or depending on the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. Kind of depends. Each one's different, but just doing a thorough investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine, and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism, what would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim when they reported to a domestic violence call? And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury, because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that the police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Leading.
Yes.
And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can the officer consider if that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
It would, if officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there, and I guess what I'm trying to say, I mean, the purpose we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those. So in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene. And if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
All right, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back in an hour.
Bros? Yeah, I got some people. Your YouTube stream is cutting in and out. Oh. All right, we'll give it a second. Let's see. Hopefully it should fix itself.
All right, so we'll be back at 1:45. Is your next witness on a deposition or? It's going to be live. All right, so we'll take care of the TV then. All right, see you at 1:45. Thank you.
So we got a live deposition coming back when we get back. Amazing. Keep me posted with the YouTube stuff. I was about to say Facebook. Oh yeah, and what I was saying earlier, my mic was muted. Just thanks to my girlfriend, got me some like a brunch type of food, which was amazing. I was actually looking up something to eat. I normally don't order stuff to eat while I'm here with you guys, but I was gonna do it today because I was hungry and I haven't shopped for groceries yet. And so, boom, knock on the door, and that was there. It was really nice. And people were asking what I was drinking. It is, let me pull up the message. It's called a hangover smoothie. I don't know if she was trying to tell me something with that. But it tastes pretty good. It's kind of like peanut butter or something. What time did they say? I didn't even hear when they're coming back. I never hear when they're coming back. 1:45? Recap. There's nothing to recap. I can look at some of the stuff. To me, it was kind of A lot of the times, I'm not really a fan of the depots. We have had some good ones, but 1 hour, lunch break, official return, 1:45. I already ate. I'm stuffed. Thank you, though. Make sure I'm not on the VPN. Am I good? Your internet is trash right now, is it? I don't think it's me. It says, let me see. Let me refresh this. It says YouTube is not. Hello? Hi. Oh yes. Oh yeah. I have to call you back on that. I know you got the phone. Yeah. Yeah. I'll call you back on that. Her mother left it with you, and I told her to call you. I don't know. Yeah. I'll have her call you back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I don't know if I should disconnect it and come back. How's YouTube for you guys? You see it just fine? On Streamlabs, it says the connection's fine, but on YouTube, I'm getting like an error that says YouTube is not receiving enough video. It keeps buffering. It's YouTube been having issues for days. Yeah, there's like an error message on YouTube. Well, now it says excellent connection. Maybe they figured it out. All right, so give it a minute. What do you guys want to do? We can do calls. I could do a little bit of a recap. I'm full now. I feel great. Thank you again to my girl. Let's see. Again, most okay. All right. Yeah, I got too many things going on. Somebody from like 2 hours away. My daughter has like a phone. It's not connected, but it was just like a phone to play video games on and stuff, or Roblox. And so they were in a car ride, an Uber ride, and I guess somehow the phone got left behind. Oh, the Twitter. Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. Somehow the phone got left behind. So now this guy's calling me. He's like, hello. I got the phone here in the car. I'm like, oh my God. It's like the least of my worries and thoughts. F the phone. No, I mean, it would be nice to get it back, but. All right, yeah. Let me pull this up. We could do calls on a little bit. But this Twitter was kind of interesting that Lindsay had sent me. I'm just on cruise control today. Today is like a Friday to me. Kind of. Because it's Thursday, but it's like, you know. Okay. Ian Runkle. So what's the deal with this guy? This guy's actually, I think he's over there, right? He's a lawyer and a legal commentator on YouTube. And I guess he's in the trial as well, I think. This guy here says, Juror I is living the sort of life we all wish we could, and that he seems to have absolutely run out of fucks and is starting to straight up napping. And it's just straight up napping. Holy crap. Oh, the behavior panel is live too? He said that was rough to get through, and I think the jurors were feeling the same way. Some of them were writing, and some of the expressions at the big dollar amounts of mega celeb life, but generally they were waiting for the break. So it's like they're over it. It's kind of like they're over it, I guess, right? It's just been dragging out. 100K subs apparently, and I can't even properly grab a screenshot as I run back to the court. You guys are awesome. Congrats on 100K. Let's see what else. Back in the line for another day. Huge thanks for the people who volunteered. They got to be out there pretty early, huh? Damn, look at this shit. Guys, when I said she had an anger expression on that wasn't doing Amber Heard any favors, well, I wasn't joking about that. Also see here intently watching the jury. See me here intently watching. Damn, look at that face. That's Amber's sister. Damn. I always wonder what's up with people like that, where they're always, I mean, sometimes when I used to go to work at some of the previous jobs, and you walk in the hallways, and there's always like one or two people that just, they look like misery. Every time you see them, they just have like a nasty attitude. Even like you say hi as you're walking by, hey, good afternoon, good morning. They just look at you. They don't say shit. They don't even smile. They just keep walking. She reminds me of one of those people. Just misery. And hell. There's people that are going through real struggles, got all kinds of shit anymore. Now I'm frozen. That's so weird. I don't know. It seems like YouTube's having some issues. Now it's back. Excellent connection. That's so weird. I don't think it's my internet, though. I really don't. You think I should cut it? Completely frozen on YouTube for the moment there. My Streamlabs is tracking my internet, and the connection's fine. It hasn't had any drop. That's why I'm thinking maybe it's I mean, I could end it and restart it. I can leave. It's not going to end the stream. Like the screen will go black, but I could end it and reconnect to it. Anna, how you know it's me? Maybe it's you, Anna. No, just kidding. How you doing, Anna? I appreciate you coming through. That they're saying on Twitch I'm fine. My connection, I'm telling you, I can see there's 0 drops. But on YouTube, I'm getting some sort of error or something on YouTube. No, Twitch isn't freezing up. YouTube buffering a lot today. Everyone I follow is doing it. That's weird. Somebody said it's Putin's fault. It's YouTube was happening to happening yesterday to people. Oh. Twitch is saying y'all need to go over there. Right now it says the connection's good. All right, so it's up to you guys. We could do calls or we could do I don't know. We could watch a behavior panel. Oh, let me check this TikTok that let's see, or Twitter. What they send me. Make sure it's not music. Let's see. Of course it's music. But we can still watch it though. This man couldn't take the herd circus anymore and just cracked. Damn. Is he crying or laughing? Oh. You want to do calls? Well, the last time we had a whole thing in the chat when we did a vote. Behavior panel calls. I feel like if I do a vote right now, it's gonna be like half and half. What's the behavior panel doing? It's Popcorn Planet. What? It says no court tomorrow there. There should be no court, right? There's no court on Fridays. Wait, what? Who's saying we have court tomorrow? No. Fuck out of here. No, there's no court tomorrow. Is there court tomorrow? I can't. I fucking can't. That says saying last week the judge said we would have court Fridays now. She told them we would be starting earlier and longer. Can we get a confirmation? No! No, I can't, yo. I fucking can't. I had a whole bunch of shit I was going to do tomorrow. Oh my God, I can't do this shit. They're saying we got court tomorrow. No freaking way, dude. No freaking way. Bro, what the F am I going to do now? Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, 5:30. Holy shit, dude. Nah, everything just got. I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do all this shit tomorrow. Tomorrow I might just have to get up and leave a couple times. That's the only way I can see me doing this shit. I might just have to get up, leave the stream running because holy fuck, dude. No, yo, I was thinking today's Friday. I was gonna relax. Today's kind of like our Friday. Shit, yeah, I might just have to get it. Yo, I can't let this shit control my life now. I got shit they gotta do. Fuck, more depositions, man. Jesus Christ, yo, a break. Yo, I know, right? Empire says my mind can't take 5 days a week. Can't take it 5 days a week. Yo, yeah, I'm pissed. I might have to plan a little bit tonight how I can do tomorrow because I do have things I gotta do, but I mean, we'll still stream. I'll just have to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna do all this shit. How the fuck am I gonna do? Yeah, I think today after the stream I'll do things a little bit differently and do some of the things I was gonna do tomorrow. I actually have somebody helping me out with tomorrow, like something that I needed to do for tomorrow. Bro, I don't know why I thought we didn't have anything tomorrow. It's got to be torture, yeah, for the jury too. Yeah, I can imagine what they're thinking. Damn. Hold on. Lindsay said it's about Amber during her cross. I'll let you know. All right, I could do a poll to see what you guys want to do for lunch, as far as like if you just want to do calls or we can watch the behavior panel. I'm so like, oh my god. Z-Man, are you excited about something? Anna. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I don't even know. We're gonna have to figure something out. Japan, does nobody work? Judge said 2 hours on Friday. Tell me that's true, or that's a lie. Oh wait. No, wait. The judge did say 2 hours, right? How long are we doing tomorrow? Is it just 2 hours? Let's find out about it, yo. How long are we gonna be on this bitch tomorrow? Is it a whole day or is it just a few hours? I did hear the judge say something about 2 hours, but I don't know what the laughing beside you said, oh god, I hope it's only 2 hours. Laughing says she need a break from this shit. Just at the beginning of the week, she could only give them 2 hours on Friday. Hey! Oh, sorry, is that loud? Can we drink now? We start drinking now. All right, fuck it. 2 hours. Okay. That's not too bad. Emma, what's up? I hope you're doing good. You guys want to do the behavior panel? Damn, that's set. You could have led with that, yo. I was going into complete meltdown. Yo. Oh, you can't see the bobblehead? Oh, hold on. That's it. I think you just enjoy me melting down. I feel like it's still like the lighting's not. I guess it's all right. Need a candle. That's bad, right? Like I think that we're just tired of it too. I guess the fucking it's a drag. Amber's people are a drag. It is a drag. I do need a soundboard. Yo, there's this dope ass thing that I saw. I bet you the people on Twitch would tell me first before YouTube. There's a soundboard thing by this company, Elgato. I mean, I'm sure there's other companies too. There's an Elgato thing that's literally you just put it to the computer. I think it links to Stream Labs, and it just has this button thing, like these little. I think it has this. I think it's kind of like a soundboard, but it's also like it has all these different commands. And so instead of me like manually looking here, there, typing this and that, or it just press the button. Bloop, bloop, bloop. There's like the small one, and there's like a bigger one that's like more gangster. I might eventually do that. Gangster one. Mel said that was too. Rest in peace to the AirPod users. Be careful. One of your modes will yell at you for cursing. I used to get a lot of compliments that I wasn't cursing, but I find myself cursing more now. People used to compliment me, like, "Oh, we watch you because you don't curse." I've had people from Jehovah's Witness messaging me, and like, well, I think I pissed off the Mormons one day too when we were covering the other story. I didn't say anything bad. I was just we were talking about a little bit about the history, and some of them messaged me. One joined Discord and DM me too about the Mormons. They were upset. The Stream Deck, thank you. Yeah, Lutfi. I want one so bad. Yeah, they're kind of expensive, right? Stream Deck. Let's see. I mean, from the only thing that's good with me is like that stuff. When I buy that stuff, I could just write it off as a thing, like a tax thing. So well, yeah, it's for the big one. The XL is $249. I'll show you guys what it looks like. I've thought of this, but I was like, do I really want that? That's the Stream Deck. And then I think what it does is like it lets you customize the stuff too. So like, for example, somebody in the chat earlier was saying that I should put Pussycat on a loop and have it as a sound thing. I don't know if that would get annoying, but I guess if it was subtle and I didn't do it all the time, because some people are just constantly pressing the shit. You know? That's a Stream Deck. I also don't want to add more complications to I'm already all over the place. I can't even focus. I have these 3 screens here. Yeah, Alejandro. Alejandro. He made a TikTok. He was funny. He responded to the people I posted about that a while back. Yeah, Lauren, we need to talk. And if not for tomorrow, but for Monday, because Monday I'm gonna be here, but kind of not. Like, we're gonna be streaming, and I'm gonna be chilling on the side, but I'm gonna pop in and check with you guys. But I need to have the team run the stream for me, because we're just gonna be having fun this weekend. You like the swears? Cancel. What did I miss? What's up, Radio Chick? I don't know, man. I don't think you missed much. I honestly don't even know because I wasn't paying attention. Adam Waldman was on, which is like this Johnny Depp attorney, which he's the one that's like represented Johnny, I think, in several lawsuits, I think. It says he first met Depp in October 2016 when he advised the actor about financial difficulties. Mr. Waldman is currently representing Depp, which means there will be some questions unable to answer due to attorney-client privilege. We could also call Terry and see her thoughts on any of this stuff, but that testimony, he wasn't really able to answer much because okay, bye. So now I'm being told that there is no trial tomorrow. I'm being told that there is no trial tomorrow and that it's on the 27th that there's going to be trial. Is YouTube freezing again? One edge mark. Okay, let me check it out. So that's it. Called me, and I guess there was some sort of confusion, and I'm being told that it's not tomorrow. tomorrow there is no trial, and that it's the Friday the 27th, which is going to be the last day of this trial. Right. There's never a trial on Friday. Bruh, judge said Monday through Friday. I don't know. Yo, we need confirmation. Somebody confirm this shit. When I'm saying confirmation, we need an article or something. So for Friday, starting on the 27th, that's what I'm hearing. Closing arguments is on the 27th, which is a Friday. Yeah. Oh, okay, Jazz. All right. Got the calendar. All right. Let me take a look at the calendar. Oh, I downloaded the PDF. Okay. We can see here. I don't even know how to read this thing. Okay, today's the 19th. It's kind of the only thing I'm a little. Let's everybody, we can look at it together. So it's the 19th today, so they don't have anything listed here because I guess they haven't updated it yet for today. But okay, so you can read this here. There is no trial tomorrow. Day 0. So today is day 19. They just haven't updated the witness thing yet. And so tomorrow there is no trial. So we come back on Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, Friday. Okay, yeah, Friday, the 27th. That'll be day 24. So yeah, there is no trial tomorrow. Okay. Pero la próxima semana, el 27, tenemos trial. Okay? Okay? And this seems legit. It's on a PDF, right? So it has to be legit, right? But this is actually the court thing, like the court PDF, so it's got to be right. But they do still meet on Fridays sometimes. Even before, I think they were still like meeting on Fridays because they do something. I don't know, whatever it is they do. The lawyers and the judge, for a couple hours, I thought they were meeting on Fridays. Once Kate Moss testified, is she testifying for real? Thanks, Jazz. Closing arguments at 27th. That's going to be really good. I can't wait to see the closing arguments. 27th. Deep dive. Oh, it's Deep Dive Net. Lucio, thank you, beautiful skis. Lucio equals trial. Yeah, by the 27th, yeah, the judge said whether they still going through witnesses or not, they're going to stop at a certain point. They're only allowed a certain amount of hours. They're going to stop and go to the closing and then deliberations, I guess. Kate Moss is? So who's Kate Moss? She's like a celebrity, right? What's she do? She's an actor or something like that? Kate Moss. I mean, I've heard of Kate Moss. I'm not going to act like I haven't heard of her. I don't know what she does, though. Or I just know she's famous. Catherine Ann Moss is a British model, businesswoman, arriving at the end of the supermodel era. Moss rose to fame in early 1990s as part of her heroin chic fashion trend. Collaborations with Calvin Klein brought her to a fashion icon status. Born in the United Kingdom, 5'7". So what does she do? How is Kate Moss so rich? She was discovered by Sarah Dukas, who is the founder of Store Model Management. As of 2022, Kate Moss' net worth is estimated to be roughly $70 million. Damn! Making her one of the highest paid models in the world. So she's a model. Okay. Modeling. And so she's on. So she's kind of weird though. So she's not weird. That's beauty. How dare you? Who are you to judge? Un poquito raro, tú sabes. No sé. But maybe that's just plastic surgery or whatever. Botox. I don't know. What do you think Adam Waldman testimony? I don't think much of it. I mean, I kind of wasn't paying attention, and there was nothing much he could say. There was one, I forgot what. There was something that stuck out. I don't remember what stuck out. Something stuck out. It was nothing memorable to me, but I might have missed things too. Look up her nose photo from Coke days. Did she get? Is that what it is? $70 million. Damn. She was a beautiful model. So what happened? She did surgery and stuff? She's stunning. She's stunning. Top of the line British beauty. I think I have ADD for sure, or ADHD. I don't like the medication though. I said yesterday, I have like at least half a bottle of Vyvanse and like a full bottle of Concerta. I just decided I don't like it. I'd rather be all over the place. Oh, too much drugs. Okay, allegedly. What time we come back? Oh, we still got to do something. Should I do a poll as far as what you want to do as far as the behavior panel, or Nicola says she's still beautiful, Mel. She's 48. Oh, okay. So who knows what I'm gonna look like in my 40s or 50s. Poll? All right, let's do a poll. I hate taking pills. Only when I'm in serious pain do I take them. Heroin? Calls, Mel, calls. All right, let's do. I have a feeling the last time I did a poll on this, it was a mess. Mess. The art of body language. You know what I have to say about them, though? Of course, I've heard of them a lot, and they're big. They're huge on YouTube, and people love them. But what I have to say, too, is they were accurate about... Because I'm somebody, too, like I'm skeptical about things, right? Or whatever. But they were accurate about that Cleo Smith. When everybody thought the parents was lying and that they were involved, which shit, maybe they are. No, I shouldn't say that. But no, they were proven not to be, I guess. But when everybody thought that their interview was sketchy as hell and that the guy was looking away and all sorts of stuff, I think it was the behavior panel. They came and said that before we all came out, before we knew the results of the story, they came and said that they were being honest, where a lot of people thought they were being dishonest. El chupacabra. Mel will have 4 children by 55. I don't know. I have one and I'm really happy with one. But, who knows what the future holds. Never say never, right? I'm surprised. Never mind. I was going to say something else. Never mind. Never mind. It's a quick clip. Oh, okay. Albanian. Okay, vamos a ver. Let's check. I put a poll up, by the way. You guys can tell me. Okay. You send me a clip. Wait, how do I save video? I don't want to open up the DMs.
Depositions.
Okay, vamos a ver. Okay. That's the same thing. She clarified it, yeah.
What I'd also, for planning purposes though, since we're going to be going 9 to 5, The day is going to be a little different, so we'll start at 9. We'll probably break for a morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. We're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1:30, so I want you to plan accordingly for that. Our afternoon break will probably be between 3:15 to 3:30, maybe even a little later to 3:45. We'll see. And then we'll try to break at 5. There may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury. So I just want to make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow, I wanted to go ahead and give you your times as of this very minute of what you have used and what.
Okay. Thanks, Albanian. We got about 20-something minutes, 25 minutes left. The poll is for the behavior panel video. We could do that. I mean, we're not going to get through the whole thing, but we could just, what I'll do is we can watch some of it at the beginning, and then I'll put the link in the description, and so people after or whenever they can go check out the channel and the video. Behavior panel. No, iCkEdMeL, you want to do calls? No! iCkEdMeL! Maybe we can do calls at the end, if people want. All right, let's see. I'm happy again. There's no trial tomorrow. I'm happy again. I'm normal now. Yes. Whoa. Wait. How do they get this? I want an intro like that. Did YouTube change it up? Do I have to pick that? Is this better than the other one that they used to have? Why do they come up with such horrible shit? Can't they just, or do they give people the option? Why don't they just give YouTubers an option? Do we have an option now? The other one was worse, right? Oh shit, YouTube's really picking it up. Tripping. Sorry, yeah, the volume was up. Oh my god, did I blow you guys' ears out? The volume should be capped though. Jesus Christ, what the hell is going on with it?
Today we're going to talk about Amber Heard. This is part 4. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, guys, this is as close as we're going to get to live on anything. This is the first 2 hours of Cross, and this is Depp's attorneys taking her story apart. And if I have to tell you what this story is, you've probably been in a coma.
And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
I used to have a Scarlet DAC. I don't anymore.
See what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp.
I used to have one. I don't know where it's at.
I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, I, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he's a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So I'm going to be a little long-winded on this one because there's so much here. And then I promise I'll try to keep it as tight as I can. First of all, her head is like some kind of a switch. When she looks at the jury, this should tell you how involuntary a request for approval is. Doesn't mean you're lying, but when you raise your brow and you're trying to get approval, it simply means you want approval, whether you're lying or whether you're just trying to get somebody to agree with you. Every time she turns her head, it's like she's got a little switch right here, and when her jaw passes a certain break point, her forehead goes up as she looks at the jury. Doesn't happen as much when she's looking at the attorney. Kind of interesting. Then when she gets to this place where she's saying that she's rejected and that he is denying her and that he's done with you, see her go downright eye movement, which we associate classically with emotional information. And then there's a whole lot of blink rate increase there where there's a flutter or a blink rate. She eye blocks and she does full-on head avoidance as she's looking away from that attorney. This is the core issue. That denial of her is here. Then I see her go to legitimate sadness with a kind of a slack lower jaw and her head kind of leaned down. I'm not talking about when she's reading. I'm talking about when she's feeling all of this pressure. Remember, her baseline is that disdain thing, but she does some resignation with her lip drawback when she hears herself saying these words. And then she never says, I didn't beat him up. She says, I couldn't hurt him. That might be the issue. I'm disappointed I couldn't hurt him. I could hit him as hard as I want. And then she goes back to it. She does that down her nose. Hard to like somebody who's looking down their nose at you. She does that. And then she turns her head away. She exhales in exasperation, and she says, I couldn't hurt him, and does that one shoulder rise. Maybe she equates that whole thing with, if I can't hurt you, then it's not domestic violence. When she does a lip compression, then she starts to navigate words. I'll leave it at that because there's so much. One last thing. There's so much else here. When she says, no, ma'am, if you're not Southern, you probably associate that with her being polite. If you're
Who's your favorite guy on the panel for people that watch the behavior panel? Greg, Scott, Mark, or Chase? Anybody got a particular favorite?
Southern, Texas, you probably associate that with a emphatic. No, ma'am. No, sir. That's emphatic. That's the way people talk down here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, not seeing Johnny's eyes. Let's look at that. In fact, let me just look on Johnny Depp here. So there's been a lot of media speculation around why he's not up and why he's not getting eye contact, and a lot of media speculation that he can't look his victim in the eye. And of course, what the prosecution here do is try to deal with that in this moment as well, and bring up this tape where he says he's committed not to look her in the eyes. And so they've reframed this idea of being antisocial into the idea of being committed to a cause, which I think is a really good spin on that. True or not, I'm not quite sure. Well, he says that anyway. But here's what I do know, is that his eyes tend to be down because he's writing or sketching. And both of those things are classic ways to keep your cognitive mind at the forefront and that primitive reptilian brain in the background, so you don't get triggered emotionally by what's going on around you. So it's a class technique that I train other people in as well. If you're in an environment where you think you're going to get triggered by what's being said and get emotional, just write down what people are saying, sketch out what people are saying. Now, in the recording that we hear, I think it's interesting that Heard says, I, Johnny Depp, a man, I am a victim too of domestic violence, and he goes, yes. And how
Chase?
strong that yes is. Good downward intonation.
That's who I like too, actually. Chase. I'm not just saying that because you guys said that, but I was thinking Chase too. I don't want to say it to influence people. But I mean, I don't watch him a lot, but so far the videos that I've seen, I like Chase
in
too.
on that with a lot of power, a lot of exclamation. I think he's feeling.
He's the guy that the other day he was talking about that. I think he's the one that said that Amber, like, he doesn't sense almost any truth. Like, he's 90-something% sure that she's lying or whatever.
at this point positive that that is the truth and seen by this. So, you know, good indicator there that he does truly believe that he is a victim of domestic violence. Now, at the same time, he doesn't deny the idea of I too am a victim of domestic violence. So once again, we don't hear a denial that he's any part of domestic violence, and we don't have a denial from Amber Heard. But this is consistent with what we were talking about in the last video. Nobody seems to deny it in any way. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, they did a great job with these questions. I will say that. There's some of them that have problems, and we'll talk about that. But at the moment she's saying, I was saying it to the man that beat me up, there's immediate mouth closure following her answer, which suggests, especially with her baseline, some stress or deception. And this is a calculated answer. And so she has a baseline in court here at the deposition of injecting data. And like I'll ask her a question about one thing, she'll inject data about something else. And the problem with thinking like a lawyer instead of a person who was victimized is that it comes out looking like a story or a pushed narrative. And right in the same moment, there's a complete absence of emotion that we saw initially in response to all of these events. So when truthful people are on the stand, they will show the same emotion, whether being examined and during cross-examination. You'll still see the emotion there. And right at the moment where we're hearing, you didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim. There's a huge inhale followed by a postural retreat. Greg talked about the eye flutter. These are stress behaviors, is what we're looking at. And there's a missing perpetrator here. She's not talking about the severity of what happened to her or how bad this other person is. And this is more indicative of a made-up story because it's focused on the suffering of the victim. And her shame about doing that, if this is deceptive, the shame of doing that softens the manufactured malice of the aggressor. So I'm ashamed of this. I'm just going to focus on my suffering and not make that person out to be the worst human being ever. The large exhale is probably due to this question being a little bad. This last question here, there's no anger. There's no confusion present here. Only the story, just the story. And what you're seeing here is not testimony of a victim. In my opinion, you're seeing delivery of a narrative, this constant looking to the jury to answer all of these questions is very strange. And you don't typically see that unless the person's more focused on a narrative than they are with their own suffering. So with her tendency to insert all this data that we just talked about, this is the part where we would see it right at the end. This is the part where the real truthful data would come in. And one of the diagnoses, I'm sorry for going long. I promise this is the only one I'm going to do this on. One of the diagnoses that she potentially received is revolving around histrionic personality disorder. And to help you unpack this as we go along, we're going to unpack 8 or 9 videos here. There's 8 diagnostic criteria for histrionic personality disorder. In each one of these clips, I'll give you one. So verbatim from the diagnostic manual, has a style of speech that is excessively impressionistic and lacking in detail. Strong opinions are expressed with dramatic flair, but underlying reasons are usually vague and diffuse without supporting facts and details. Straight out of the diagnostic manual. And we'll get another one next time. Scott, what do you got?
All right. When it starts out, she looks right down the barrel of the camera. And I've never seen eye engagement this odd before in court. I mean, her eyes get real big and she just bang, looks right down the barrel of the camera with her mouth open. And we see those eye flutters or the eyelash flutters or the eyelid flutters. And that's, I think, deals with personal pain because that caught her off guard when she said, he said you'd never see his eyes again. So I never heard anything that cool before, and I don't think she has either. I mean, who's heard that? I mean, Greg said it was probably from a movie or something. But yeah, but that's pretty hardcore when somebody says something like that and you're not ready for it. So when she brings that up, I think it's a little bit embarrassing for her, but at the same time, I think it's a little bit painful for her. And when she says, as far as I know, he cannot look at me, she looks at him twice. I mean, she looks at him. 2 times. So I think the attorney's playing hardball with her, and it's got her upset and addled. And they're going back and forth, and it's sort of a contest to see who can be the snarkiest and the smartest as it goes along. We're seeing all those expressions that let us know she's trying to look like she's sad and trying to look like she's hopeless, all those things. And those are just attempts at those expressions. She's trying that really hard. So after the recording, when the attorney says, and the man you beat up, right, Miss Heard, then her chin goes up, her head goes back, and that chin comes forward. And then she does that thing where she turns her head to the side and then blows out air. I've never seen somebody who wasn't lying when that chin went over there to the right or to the left, wherever it is, when it goes toward the shoulder. Usually it's that one shoulder shrug and the chin goes toward it. There are no absolutes, but every time I see that, I think that person, I go right to that, and I've been right every time when I've seen the head go to the side and the chin to almost touch the shoulder. I don't know why that is. Greg and I were talking about somebody else one day. You got home and said, "What do you think about this guy?" I said, "I think this guy is being dishonest," and that was the cue that we talked about there for a second, Greg. And just before she says, I know that he's suing me," we see her mouth wide open with a chin jut, and that indicates she's trying to control control the situation or control herself. And it happened it was so odd, but it happened so naturally. I think her brain, when somebody verbally attacks her, that's her reaction, is to just blow up, but I think she's controlling it. But I think her face automatically goes into that thing where her chin comes down and out and her mouth opens up wide. I think that's why we keep seeing that. All right, that's all I got.
There's a really good video, by the way. We got less than 10 minutes and we're coming back. So we're definitely not getting through all this. We were watching some of it. I'll put the links. You definitely can go check out their channel and watch their video. Yesterday I posted it on YouTube as well as Facebook, but go support the Facebook stuff, because the YouTube stuff right now with the clips, for some reason, it's kind of like problematic until we get back into the algorithm. So if you have Facebook, this was such a freaking good video that I almost kind of want to, like, if you haven't seen this, Lindsay helped me out with this. We've been kind of collabing and kind of like planning after the live stream is what would be good. Because we have such little time left, but just so you can see, and I think this was from yesterday or the day before, just like Amber just lying over and over and over, or getting caught in lies and like blaming everybody else. Really good video.
I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Oh!
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
You saw it?
Testified it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
I believe it was.
Yeah. Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Oh. An ad, yay!
Heard. My question is a bit more nuanced.
Bring up the video.
So is my answer.
All right.
Yo, she can't do it, yo. People like that. I've seen people like this. The lying type of people, always lying. Can't admit it. No. I want Camille to go down the list. All these people said they didn't see shit. The cops, the whoever the Isaac, the people walking back and forth, all these photos, the show you've been on. We haven't seen nothing. And then she has like her face like this, like perched up and shit, like she's fucking something. Like, bro, I was wilding. What was that, Monday? Nobody knows you. Nobody cared. Well, now we care because of the trial, but.
Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs, and she said that I was not injured in them.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
The red puffy face, that was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on
This is such a good freaking video.
May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that right?
matter what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016, and he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They
Answer
didn't
the question.
consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
That's what he
Testified
said.
that he didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't, yes.
You were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero
Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Come
on,
I
man.
didn't even know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you
I
tell
don't
me?
know.
Can you tell me whether
This is weird now. This is weird.
Columbia building testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes and speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
No, Mr. Alejandro, don't with him.
I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like, oh, your makeup is wrong, you haven't have changed your eyebrows, or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything.
That's ridiculous.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working it
the,
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, 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 here you come. I go split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
Let me play a different video too, because it gets kind of serious, but this is such a good video. I'll put the link in the description, because we're about to come back. We got maybe 2 minutes. Should I do? Well, the other one didn't. Well, I'll just play it real quick. It's a short video. But that's super good, and thank you, Lindsay, for helping me out with that. She actually edited, like chopped up the video, and then I re-edited and put a little bit more. I put the Alejandro stuff in there, but she did really good, so thank you. And she also helped out with this one that did really well. I just like to give credit where it's due when I can. And this one here on Facebook right now, this is just 2 days ago, it's 2.2 mil, which was another really good video. So if you have Facebook, go, check out Facebook, leave me a comment, follow the page. It really, really helps out. Let me play this short clip. other short clip here. And for anybody that missed it, this was part of the longer version, but let me fix myself. I'm a mess. Too many windows. Oh shit. Let me make sure I have the feed in the background too. All right, so I have the feed running in the background so we don't miss it. We don't miss the trial. I just lost where I had the video. Okay, so quick short video.
By Jerry or someone.
This is where Camille caught her in the... Oh, wrong thing. Wrong thing again. Camille caught her kind of like lying about the whole TMZ situation. We just saw this the other day. She had a slip up. If you don't have Facebook, that's okay. Don't worry about it. But if you do, it really helps me out a lot. Just liking and leaving a comment. Big difference. Engagement's like really important over there.
Wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken.
So, did you see it? Where she like...
Ready for the jury?
Oh, they're back.
Sure. Sure.
They're gonna deliberate? Okay, yeah, they're doing what... Not deliberating, but they're talking with the judge. But yeah, she did the little thing where she fixed her
From
face.
Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Which was alerted. Yo!
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know how to do that.
TMZ owns the copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ owns.
Did they pay you for that?
They do.
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. It is not, that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not when you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. Right. What extortion? I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown
did.
to this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Oh, I mean, she said it was so bad. They're saying that she had thought her nose was broken. So something like that. It's not no makeup that's gonna cover it. I'll put some ice on top of it and rub it in, you know, and it's gonna make it go down and like it's gonna go away. Come on, man. Come on, man. You gotta be kidding me with that. Come on, man. Why wouldn't they submit it? Or why wouldn't they put it up for evidence? It's kind of strange. You know, for somebody that all they do is take pictures of the entire relationship, that's all you do. How come you don't got that? How come they don't put that up? You show me the banana stuff on the floor, the picture frames on the bed, a piece of glass on the carpet. You don't got that? What you got that? It's kind of weird. It's a little weird. It's just they're smiling. Bits and pieces. It's recording bits. Oh, I've messed up the editing there. Bits and pieces. Bombshell evidence. Shocking. Disturbing. It's just they're smiling. And this was the day he beat you to a pulp, hit you multiple times. Yes. And it's your testimony that he wears rings all the time. Yes. And this is the injury. Yes. He beat me over the head savagely multiple times, over and over.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's time. Missed out the last part. The last part was kind of funny. Okay. Let's set this up. So we're going to have a live witness now. I don't know who it is, but it should be interesting. And I got to fix this screen too. Thank you, Molly. Appreciate that. Thanks. Let me fix this. Got a live one. Yes.
All right. Be seated. Your next witness.
We call Ron Schnell.
Okay.
Oh, that's...
SCHNELL.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of law? Yes.
All right.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
And what is your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And could you briefly describe your educational background since high school?
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I do not.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
When I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU. When I was 14, NYU actually offered me to go into their freshman class when I was 14, but I decided that I wanted to experience the social aspect of high school, so I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to graduate.
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system. Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux, which is, Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
Okay. And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
A couple of years.
And what did you do after Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX, also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system, so it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
Okay. And what did you do after IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It was called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems do?
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Well, it was, as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then, so we had to shut it down.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
And approximately how long were you there at Sun?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces, Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices, so it also runs within the kernel.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
And what was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, M-A-I-L, and that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine, basically let you manage your email on the road.
And what happened to mailcall.com?
I sold that to a public company in 2000.
And what'd you do after that?
After that, I ended up working at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software development for their internet marketing division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship for the DC District Court for 2 cases, U.S. versus Microsoft and New York et al. Versus Microsoft, the 2 largest antitrust cases in U.S. history. So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5 years to perform that monitorship.
And what type of work were you doing in that monitorship?
Highly technical work, looking at all of Microsoft's documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of a protective order, but I had special master powers in those matters.
And you said you were in that position for 6.5 years?
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013, is that right?
It was 11.
2011, okay. And what did you do? What did you do in 2011?
In 2011, I didn't do much until 2013 when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
Okay, and that's your current position, correct?
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities at Berkeley Research Group?
So I do all sorts of things. Generally, I consult. I do software projects and manage software projects and architect them. But I also do things like this, where I'm consulting in litigation and sometimes testifying in litigation.
Have you taught any courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
And what classes do you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system environment, although since COVID I haven't been doing that.
And have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security and another relating to antitrust enforcement using technology.
And what experience do you have in statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media. Most of them have been consulting for litigation. Some of them are consulting for non-litigation. Yeah.
And is that work both in civil and criminal matters?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones.
And what are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
How much of your expert work is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an independent expert extremely seriously. But looking at whose counsel has hired me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this, it's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including litigation and non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Have you ever been disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Thanks. Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You made here an analysis of certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being made by Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come forward.
Thank you.
That's fine.
So, yeah, I don't really know where this is going because for a lot of us, it's the first time kind of following the trial. Some people have been following this for a long time, but this for the previous trials. So basically, because somebody was wondering and asking where are they going with this, they're doing like the other people with the experts. I guess they got to qualify them and let the jury know that they're qualified to be deemed, quote unquote, an expert. And so I guess that's what they were going through now. I don't know where it's going to take us to. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. $50,000 for 3 minutes. Did Johnny's iBots abuse Amber Heard? Oh, this is about the bots? She's trying to claim I think you meant to say Depp has bots. Execute bot command, shut him down. Okay, so I guess this is where we're going. Forensic social media expert. This is Amber's people, but it looks like Johnny's people is talking to him
So,
first.
Mr. Dennison, do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert?
No.
All right, then I'll move him in as an expert in statistical and
Yeah,
forensic
there we go.
analysis of social
Amber's
media.
people now.
Okay.
I thought it was kind of weird.
Yes,
I don't know
your
why it started with that guy, but
Mr. Schnell, what were you asked to do in this matter?
So I was asked to do several things. I used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans. Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of 2021, and analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
I understand that April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
So API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals can write programs to query Twitter to ask for various things. In this case, I use 2 of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms, and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called Accounts API, and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag.
And you just...
And I should add that it may not be obvious why you need to do this, but if you just do a search on Twitter itself, it's not going to return everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
Y'all better wipe your shit.
And you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but for those who don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
And did you choose particular hashtags to search for?
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So I looked through tweets that were negative towards Ms. Heard, and I found that a super majority of them were using one of 4 different hashtags.
And so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard from April 2020 until the end of January 2021?
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
There were over another million, so 2.38 million, I think.
And how did you determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Well, I hadn't been asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and it would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative towards Ms. Heard. But when I was asked about it later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
I did 2 of them. They were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each search?
I wrote a program that truly selected them at random.
And in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
Okay. In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative 1?
So this
which
is going
is
from
on the 5th page of Mr.
About the bots,
attachment 4 of Mr. Schnell's
social media
expert designation. Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
This is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month of these 2 years. 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1, or do you want it to be
If I could get it one of the numbers, since it's going to be part of the record, just.
Okay. Can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1, and then I will give you a number?
Well, the last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
Do we know if that's the last? Can we make it? How about we make it 1900? That way, it's not. Can we just make it 1900?
That's perfect.
Okay.
All right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
What do the bots do? Hey, Maribel. They just influence.
And is this the chart you made, Mr.
Fake
Schnell?
impressions?
It is.
Okay. And at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right, well, first let's scroll over to the left here. I apologize. You see, in 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I do.
Okay. And what are these columns? First, tell the jury what they represent.
So each of these is the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
Okay. And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the fourth one over?
I do.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018 to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And if we scroll to the right, the last three hashtags, which are highlighted, or shows the difference between June and July. What did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump.
And that's for all three of those hashtags?
That's correct.
Okay. And the hashtags, if the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, by the way, what is your understanding of when the last alleged defamatory statement was made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman?
My understanding is that it was the end of June of that year.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Now, looking at the hashtags that are highlighted in blue for Mr. Depp, for the months of November and December of 2018 and January of 2019, what does your analysis show?
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018, and then it starts to, well, it goes way down in December of 18 and January of 19.
Okay. And do you know when Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed in this matter?
My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
Okay. And if we go to November of 2020 for the hashtags related to Mr. Depp, if you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
Okay. And if we look at the last hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater, what does that show what did your analysis find in terms of tweets without those hashtags?
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well, little here and there. There are single-digit ones, but prior to November of 2020, there are basically none, and then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And do you know what happened in November of 2020?
My understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901, which will identify as 1901.
That's fine, 1901. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1901 can be published.
And Mr. Banya, what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
This chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out until January of 2022. And it's just another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
And what are the dotted lines?
So if you look at the top, you can see that the dashed lines are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard, and the solid ones are the negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
And what is being shown here? In your analysis, what is shown with the tweets related to Ms. Heard?
Well, you can see that there's a huge spike in February of 2020, which I believe Mr. Waldman just testified that that's when he leaked an audio tape of some kind. There's also a notable, remarkable spike in July of 2020, in November of 2020, and then in March of 2021.
And the spike in February 2020, that came before the alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though that spike came in before the alleged defamatory statements, even taking account for that spike, what time period has more negative tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018 until the beginning of 2022, there are a majority of the negative tweets are between April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
And do you recall at your deposition being asked that a spike in negative hashtags occurring before April 8th, right before April 8th, 2020?
Objection, hearsay.
I would ask about his attorney.
Overruled. Good.
I remember questions regarding particular dates, yes.
And what's your understanding as to why there was more negative tweets in April 6th and April 7th than April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there more negative tweets in April 6th, on April 6th and April 7th than in April 8th, 2020 as it relates to Ms. Heard?
Right. If you look at the day-by-day counts, which I supplied to Mr. Depp, and you can see that there's a spike that begins on April 6th and goes for a few days. So April 6th is, to my understanding, before what people are calling the alleged defamatory statement.
And did you look at the tweets for April 6th and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
And what terms were being used?
Well, hoax is certainly used in each of them. I think abuse hoax is used in one of them. I don't have it in front of me, but generally speaking, in the 7th, I think it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th, but the 6th may be slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
Okay. If we can go to the second page of this demonstrative. What's being shown in the second page of this demonstrative?
So this is generally, it's the same data as the first one, but I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them. And by removing it, it sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better. And even though they looked really tiny in the previous page, you can see that they're big numbers, over 100,000 and stuff. So this shows, and if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
Which would make 1902?
1902,
That's
yes,
fine.
Thank you.
All right, any objection to 1902?
No, this is demonstrative.
Demonstrative, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Publish that.
Mr. Chanel, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what does this chart show?
So what I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021, and I searched it for certain key terms, specifically hoax, fake, and fraud. That's what it's representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part, if you look at for hoax, fake, and fraud and this is within the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags in them.
Okay. And if you look at the total, oops, I'm putting that in black. Let's clear that. Oh, you saw the line there. What's the total number of times it was used in the negative tweets, either hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
And did you perform any other searches on the data?
Yes.
And what searches did you perform?
So I also looked in that same data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by Mignon or Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it, sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or Minions, and looked for those in the same data.
And in terms of the percentage of the amount of times Waldman or Waldmignon was used in the negative hashtags from April 2020 through, is it January 2021?
The percent?
Yeah, what's the percentage?
Yeah, so I found over 25% of the negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out of every 4 on average, had either Waldman or Waldmignon.
And I see you ran searches for hoax, fake, fraud, rather than abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
So so if I had put them in quotes like that, say abuse hoax in quotes, that would require that it show up in exactly that way, with the same spacing and the same order. So if it said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it and make sure that I catch everything.
And based on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags, what do the results of these searches mean?
Well, obviously I can't read what's in people's minds, but when I read the disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya, he stated that if these terms, particularly the Waldman term,
Objection, hearsay.
He's an expert.
Overruled.
If these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that and found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no
scientific.
All right, cross-examination.
It's kind of ridiculous to me. I don't know. This hashtag shit, search this. Just so many variables that could affect this stuff. And then I can imagine dragging a jury through this nonsense.
Sir, this is the first time that you've testified as an expert as in the field of statistical and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted on litigation for it, but it never got to testimony. That's correct.
This is your first testimony?
Testimony, yes.
Right. And you've never been involved in a defamation case before?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're being compensated for your time here today and the work you did, correct?
Berkeley Research Group is being compensated, yes.
At $600 an hour?
That's what they're getting paid.
Right. And you're aware that Mr. Depp is being sued based on allegedly defamatory statements. What are the dates of those statements?
My understanding is there was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. And where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
All right. So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay. And you don't know even where those references appear in the articles?
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles, and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And And where, in general, do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards Ms. Heard. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four you picked, at least the negative ones, Justice for Johnny Depp, that's from one of them, right?
That's right.
Amber Heard is an abuser, that's one of them.
That is one of them.
We just don't like you, Amber, that's one of them.
That is one of them.
And the last one was Amber Turd, right?
That is another one.
Okay. And these four hashtags you identified and searched for, you don't believe they have any connection, or you testified that you have no connection to these three Waldman statements. The hashtags aren't connected to Waldman, right?
Well, I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right. But when you were deposed, you were asked whether these were related, these particular hashtags were related to any of the Waldman statements, and you said no at that time.
I said more than that. I said I didn't know, and then I said I'm basing I'm looking at Mr. Banya's opinion where he says they would be if they were in large number, and I'm adopting his opinion and agreeing with him that they must be connected.
So you're adopting an opinion that hasn't been rendered in this case yet by anybody but you.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya
has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
All right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion to date in this courtroom is you, correct?
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So
but
you're adopting your own opinion.
No, I'm adopting the opinion that I read in Mr. Banya's disclosure.
Right. And that's not the opinion you had during your deposition.
I think I did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
All right. And you indicated in deposition you didn't take into account statements made in the media, correct?
Made in what? I couldn't hear.
You said you did not take into account in your analysis statements made in the media.
Yes, in the analysis where I gathered data and decided which data to gather, I did not take into account statements in the media.
All right. So you looked at data, you produced charts, you did analysis relating to the data, but you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right. And the Twitter data you collected shows that the 4 hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020, right?
That's correct.
Right.
In very small number.
But Justice for Johnny Depp has been around since 2013, correct?
That sounds correct.
Yeah. Amber Heard is an abuser, and Amber Turd first appeared in 2016, correct?
I don't recall, actually.
Right. Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
Right. People can form a negative view of Ms. Heard without reading Mr. Waldman's statements, correct?
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
And you didn't consider whether there was negative publicity around Ms. Heard other than the Waldman statements?
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with these hashtags and certain search terms in particular. I wasn't trying to read anyone's mind as to why they used them.
You didn't form any opinion that of the million plus tweets that you looked at, were connected in some way to Mr. Waldman's statements?
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually after you read somebody else's report relative to testimony that hasn't been given here?
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You have a demonstrative that counsel played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's 1901 again? This is yours, right?
Correct.
Yeah. The biggest spikes, by far the biggest spikes here, are attributable to what hashtag?
Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
Yeah. And there are spikes that existed considerably before Mr. Waldman's statement. You were asked about that by counsel?
One of them did. That was the date that Mr. Waldman leaked the audio tape.
The biggest spike was before the statements.
Right, the date he leaked the audio.
And then there were many statements that, or there are many hashtags, or uses of the hashtag, that follow the statements.
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, so you looked at 1.2 million of these hashtags, right?
Right.
In your chart, didn't 980,000 of these plus belong to Justice for Johnny Depp?
That sounds about right. You'd have to show me, but I'll take your word for it.
All right. But the vast majority of them were Justice for Johnny Depp.
A majority of them were.
Well, it wasn't the majority so large that you had to draw another chart?
The reason for drawing another chart is because the numbers were high at particular points, so you wouldn't be able to see the other hashtags.
Right. Literally, this is your chart, and all of the other activity at the bottom you can barely see in comparison to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Right. As I testified, you can barely see them because of the spikes in the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, but when you look at the other chart, you can see that those others are still very large numbers.
So you're not offering any opinion as to what caused these spikes?
That's correct.
Right. So you're not opining as to why these spikes are there?
I'm only talking about correlation.
Right. You're talking about a mathematical connection.
That's right.
Right. And you don't purport to be in anybody's head such that you know why they did a particular post with a particular hashtag.
That's correct.
All right. There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
Yes, the pointer was pointing to a different one, but yes.
Yeah. Were you aware there was a trial in the UK in 2020?
I'm aware.
And in July?
You're saying it was in July?
No, but as of the time of that spike, there was publicity around a trial, correct?
I don't know how much publicity there was. I know the trial was going on then.
All right. There are a number of things called out in your chart relative to particular dates, December 17th, February 11th, February 14th. You see all those?
I do.
And your chart makes absolutely no reference to and does not identify the dates of any of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out, if that's what you're asking.
It calls out a whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Correct.
All right. All right. At some point, you ran searches for additional search terms: hoax, fraud. I think you said fake. And then you don't know why those terms appeared, do you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking me?
Get that person out.
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms appeared in the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation, but you don't have any idea why they're there.
I can't get into people's heads.
Right. And just because the tweet contains one of the terms does not mean the tweet was in some way prompted by Mr. Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for. The ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Yon terms. So, you know, it's not that big a stretch to say that it's related to Mr. Waldman if it's his name and Waldman-Yon or Minion.
Wait a minute, is the new standard it's not that big a stretch?
No.
Or the
I'm trying to speak.
I'm trying to certainty, right?
Yes.
All right. So
Scientific.
you're not suggesting that you know why Mr. Waldman's name appeared in any of these tweets.
Well, if you look at the tweets that have Waldman-Yon, you know, and I looked at a large sample of them.
Just a large sample was 2,000 out of 1,000,002.
No, I looked at more than that of these. But that's another thing that I wouldn't expect to be in controversy. You know, when people are saying that they're part of the Wald Minions or things like that, I would expect everybody to agree without arguing that it has to do with Mr. Waldman.
And nobody asked whether it had to do with Mr. Waldman. I'm wondering, how do you know that it had anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements?
But I was under the impression, I was informed that nobody really knew who Mr. Waldman was before all of this, so I wouldn't expect it to be anything else. I didn't think it was in controversy.
It wasn't in controversy whether everyone knew who Mr. Waldman was? Is that your testimony?
No, I'm saying it wasn't in controversy that that if somebody was suddenly talking about him, that it had to do with this case.
All right, but again, it's not, did it have to do with this case? It's, did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements? You have no idea, do you, sir?
I can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk about the science of it.
Right. And so you identified all of these hashtags as negative towards Miss Heard, right?
Right.
Justice for Johnny Depp is not negative towards Miss Heard, is it?
No, but the tweets that use that hashtag are.
No, but the hashtag itself, the hashtag that predominates through your analysis is not, in fact, negative towards Miss Heard.
I'm not opining on the hashtag itself. I'm talking about the tweets that contain that hashtag.
But the hashtag itself is not negative.
That's not part of my opinion, one way or the other.
Do you have an opinion as to whether justice for Johnny Depp is a good thing?
It's not part of my assignment.
Okay. But you'll agree with me justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
All right, me too. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
You see, he has a head bobble. Too. You see, he's like,
Mr. Schnell, you reviewed a large sampling of tweets of justice for Johnny Depp, correct?
I did.
And the tweets that had the hashtag justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Miss Heard?
All of them.
Okay.
He dapped them.
And what percentage of the tweets with negative hashtags between April 2020 and January 31st, 2021 contain the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yon?
Over.
Overruled, Allah.
Over 25%. 1 out of 4.
And in your analysis, how far in time do the tweets containing the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yon go? Like how far to now?
Well,
beyond the scope of cross?
He was asking about.
Overruled.
So I think I disclosed at my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found that it continued to go on. Didn't see any end to it at all.
Okay. And based on your analysis, again, what period of time had more negative tweets against Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
It was clearly double as many from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So that's and that happened before April, obviously. So even if you put that in there, it's still a lot more after April of 2020. And there are fewer months in that time period. I think there are 20 or 15 months in that time period and 27 months in the first part.
And based on your analysis, what, if any, end do you see to the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard?
Objection, no foundation.
Based on his analysis up until the time?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you see any, based on your analysis, did you, at the end of the time of your analysis, what was happening with the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard?
To continue to go on.
Okay. Mr. Chanel, after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
No, they've not.
Thank you. Nothing.
All right.
That's it.
All right, so you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay, sir?
Man, I feel bad for the jury, bro.
All right, your next
That was
witness.
bullshit.
Okay, sure.
Social media expert, just using the search button. Using a search button and paying for a service that tells you how much search is between whatever date you put in. Oh, that bullshit. But I guess the negative hashtags they're talking about is, one was like hashtag we just don't like you, Amber. The other one was Amber Turd, hashtag Amber Turd, and the other one is hashtag Amber Heard is an abuser. He says the majority of the messages also contain words hoax, fraud, fake. Around a quarter also made mention of Johnny Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, which a lot of people were talking about that guy. I thought it was really good too. I don't have the phrase in front of me or what he said in front of me, but he said something about you only did, what was it, like a search of 2,000 out of 1,000,000 or some shit? Something like that. He had like I noticed when he was getting aggressive too, he had like a little head bobble. I was like, oh shit, you could tell he was getting serious. He started off really calm and like collected, smooth, and then he just started doing like this bobble every time he was getting ready to make a point. I was like, oh shit, he's getting serious. It says Mr. Schnell analyzed data from Twitter APIs between April 2020 and January 2021. He says he found a lot of negative tweets. I wonder what they're going to find now. But imagine him doing an API search now, right? He said he found lots of negative tweets about Amber Heard, and the majority used one of 4 specific hashtags. Oh my God, bro. Come on, iCkEdMeL, man, with the hot dog bullshit. Come on, man. That shit is trending right now. Let's see what's trending right now. Let's see if Johnny's or Amber's on there. We did a statistical analysis. Bitch, that's just a search bar. There is apps and stuff you can go to. Maybe he did pay a lot of money. I don't know. That just has all the data there, and you just type in whatever date and username or word or you know hashtag, whatever you want to search for, and it'll pull it up. Amber Turd is trending right now. Trending with Adam Waldman. Oh, shit. It's happening again. It's the bots. Well, Twitter does have bots, but. Yeah. So I guess they're trying to say that Adam Waldman did it for Johnny, I guess is what they're trying to say. I guess is what they're trying to say. Amber Turd just got mentioned in the court of law. I rest my case. Johnny wins. Somebody said. Apparently this was a thing too. I don't know you guys. I think we mentioned it a while back, but somebody had changed it to Amber Turd on IMDb. I'm pretty sure they fixed it now, but damn, bro, hackers ain't playing. What do you guys think of today? Today was kind of like, I think all of her witnesses are going to be kind of like this. It's going to be like, meh, That's it. What do I think about Umbrella Guy? I think it's dope that he was mentioned. He was mentioned, and I think 2 other people were mentioned. I couldn't imagine him sitting there and while they're watching his name coming up, he'd probably be like, "Ah, shit!" You know, I don't know. But he's been heavily involved with this, I think, for a couple of years, and supposedly Amber's people have targeted him. I wonder who's the person that's been coughing it up and hacking it up in that shit. I mean, loud too. You know, sometimes you would think like maybe because out of I don't know, like respect or just whatever, maybe you'd kind of like cover your mouth a little bit. It sounded like she just going like it should just open, not even cover her mouth, just loud. Maybe you shouldn't be going to this court. You should like sit out or something.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will be calling Michelle Mulrooney by deposition designation, and we start.
Okay. Just give us a moment.
Will you?
So that person needs to step out. At least respectfully step out. God damn, yeah. I would feel bad if I was the person coughing it up like that every day. You know, Jesus, people just don't care. COVID or not COVID. You know what I'm saying? Like being in a crowded thing like that is kind of weird.
All right, you just want to spell the last name for me?
It's Mulrooney.
All right.
He interviewed Baldwin.
Okay.
Jesus, yo, this Amber Heard shit is tough to go
State
through.
your name and address for the record.
Michelle Mulrooney, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
Ms. Mulrooney, what is your occupation?
I'm a partner at Venable LLP, an attorney practice.
Could you just please describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history?
Okay, I attended USC and received my undergraduate degree in 1982. And then I again attended USC and received my law degree in 1985. I then worked for Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher until 1991. And then I worked for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch. When I joined it, then later morphed into several names. And then in 2011, I joined Venable LLP as a partner.
Thank you. What are your areas of practice and expertise?
I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast estate planning group for Venable.
And does that estate planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnuptials?
Yes, we frequently do prenups, cohabitation, and postnup agreements for all the time.
Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is?
A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married, and they discuss things as the nature, and they contract the things as the nature of the property, community separate, etc., and also things like spousal support. And in a postnup, the clients do that after they're married. They contract on the same issues.
Do you regularly represent actors?
Yes.
I'm asking very narrowly, did there come a time when Amber Heard contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement?
At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup.
Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry. Do you know who Dana Lowry is?
Yes.
And could you please tell us who Dana Lowry is?
She's a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles.
And This is dated Monday, February 2, 2015, and says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns, but not attach them. Is this your general practice? Let me know. Think. Who did Dana Lowry represent?
Johnny Depp.
I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I just direct your attention to the top of the email where it says February 2nd, get control.
That person needs to get the hell out of
February
here.
2, 2015. What, if anything, does this do to refresh your recollection on when approximately you were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup?
It makes the approximate date more clear to me.
Okay. And based on this, when approximately were you contacted to represent Amber Heard in connection with the prenup or postnup?
The early part of February, the late part of January, or the early part of February 2015.
Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. And it is an email from you to Dana Lowry, which is Mr. Depp's counsel, correct?
During this time period, correct.
And it's dated Tuesday, February 3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first part of it is an email from Dana Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13, and says J/A deal points. Do you know what J/A means? I'm going to take you, first of all, to the bottom part, which is the J/deal points. Do you have an understanding of what J/A means?
I believe it means Johnny/Amber deal points.
Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, is California what we call a common law property state?
No.
What is it?
It's a community property state.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Generally means that all earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50. Each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings. Yes.
What was your understanding of the purpose of the confidentiality agreement?
It's very standard when you're doing a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, when either party is disclosing their assets, that they ask for a confidentiality agreement.
You respond on February 17, Dana, I have forwarded to Amber. She is filming a movie, but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I will keep trying to move forward. I'm asking you what you meant by I will keep trying to move forward.
I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for.
To show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. And I'm going to start again with going down to show you where the stream is here. And it says, on February 17, that's the same email we've seen a couple times now, where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling you she'll have a draft post-nup agreement, but she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part, and that is Wednesday, February 18. And it's from you to Dana Lowry, and it says, Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto. Now, what did you mean by underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto?
I mean, this is typical for an actor. They have profit participations, back ends. I wanted to have a list of what his future revenue would be. He might have had movies booked that he would render services after marriage. I just wanted to see the pro forma.
What did you mean by back ends?
Back end is either profit participations or royalties. Sometimes it's box office bonuses. You just have to look at the underlying agreement on each movie, TV show, etc., to track what the revenue will be from each project.
And why is that relevant?
I want to know what they're going to make during the marriage. I want to know the income during the marriage.
And those are all components of what they make during the marriage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then you said, I can't really comment on the document until I get this information. What document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were sent the confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to you?
The next day.
What, if any, communication did you receive from Mr. Depp in connection with the post-nup agreement?
I received one telephone call.
And whom did you receive that telephone call from?
Mr. Depp.
Please describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
My recollection is that he was very mean, that he called me names, and that he fired me on behalf of them.
When you say that he was very mean, what did you mean?
Well, my only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay, leaving.
What, if any, observations did you make during the telephone call from Mr. Depp, during which time he called you a bitch?
I thought he was under the influence.
Why did you think that?
He was slurring his words, and his speech pattern was similar to my children's speech pattern when they were under him. I was just extremely rattled by the call. I mean, I was on the phone for a very short time with him because he was represented by counsel, and I didn't want to be rude and hang up, but I told him I had to hang up. Like after 2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard, and that's all I remember is that it really shook me up.
After that phone call, did you perform any further services for Ms. Heard in connection with the postnuptial agreement?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing a postnuptial draft agreement?
No.
Has either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a postnuptial agreement?
No.
Who, if anyone, was paying your legal services?
I don't recall.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had the authority to fire you?
No.
Did you tell him that?
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have had the authority to fire you even if he were paying for your legal services? True?
True.
What, if any, communications did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr. Depp?
I don't recall specifically.
What do you recall generally, if anything?
I do recall that I told her that I was no longer representing him. But I don't know if I did that in writing. Somehow she knew.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney, when did your attorney-client relationship with Ms. Heard relating to a potential postnuptial agreement terminate?
Shortly after that phone call.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the postnuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive. I recall that there was no more substantive conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who called you?
No.
That's it? Yo.
All right.
Waste of time,
Yes,
bro.
ma'am, your next witness. Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to call the Disney corporate representative. All right.
Waste of hard drive space. I recorded that for nothing. This is it. I think they started with the strongest points they had or the first witnesses were the strongest witnesses they had, and that's it. They don't got much. I mean, the pictures. I guess the pictures are the most.
Would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Tina Newman, Walt Disney Studios Motion Picture Production, live action, 500 South Buena Vista Street, Burbank, California, 91521.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a production executive.
And what is your job title?
That is my title, production executive. I work in the live action feature division for Disney.
Is it your understanding you're testifying on behalf of Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes.
Were you involved in the gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
Yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I've just highlighted under topic number. It's subpoena ducus tecum, paragraph number 2. And it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact, and then it also says specifically, this specifically includes the op-ed by Ms. Heard and any impact it may have had on the above. And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates of the Caribbean role, or a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production. Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved as the corporate designee or in preparing as the corporate designee, do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Do you recall in your preparation as the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced by Disney, any document that referred in any manner to the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
I would say no.
Do you remember seeing in any of the documents you reviewed that were produced by Disney in response to the subpoena Lucas Takem, the word op-ed in any of those documents?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Heard on the relationship between Disney and Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp is being considered for a role in Pirates 6?
No.
And when you say no, I think I have to probably ask clarification. Does that mean you don't know one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
I don't know one way or the other.
It
doesn't fall.
Next.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that decision doesn't fall within my job responsibility. It's above my head. It's the best way to say it.
So what is the knowledge you have about Pirates 6?
Like I said, I just know that it's a project that's possibly in development at the studio. That's it.
Do you know whether anyone at Disney has ever even read the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Are you aware of anyone else at Disney who has knowledge of the topic areas in the deposition notice, that's deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say. I can't speak for someone else. Like I explained earlier, my knowledge and what my job functionality is at the studio, that plateaus, and there are people that I work under, and those particular persons may or may not have more knowledge, but I can't speak on behalf of them.
Is Disney aware that Mr. Depp has testified under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role for $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
No.
Would Disney entertain paying Mr. Depp more than $300 million and provide him with more than 1 million alpacas to be able to obtain his services for any future Pirates of the Caribbean role?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 52 to Alan Horn. Who's that?
He was our co-chairman.
Of Disney?
Yes.
And Alan Bergman, who's he?
Same. He's the other co-chairman of Disney, or was at the time.
And then Sean Bailey, you indicated, was the president?
It's our president of production, correct.
Okay, and then Ricky Strauss, who's he?
I believe at the time he was the head of our marketing group.
And Paul Rader?
Paul Rader is the head of communications.
All right, and this is from Angela Shaw, and it's dated 5/10/2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, subject HR, Johnny Depp, a star in crisis, and the insane story of his missing millions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why Angela Shaw was sending this communication to this group, the two co-chairmen, the president, vice president of production, head of communications on this particular day?
I don't know what the intent of the email is, but obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's why she may be bringing it to their attention.
All right, and just to take that a little bit further, given that Disney has a relationship with Johnny Depp, if there is publicity relating to Johnny Depp, whether it be positive or negative, that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to, keep the studio abreast, I guess, of anything concerning the company. So that's about as far as I can read into it.
Okay. And so that's your interpretation of why Angela Shaw sent this to that group of people, was to keep them apprised of this particular article on Johnny Depp. Would you agree?
Yeah, that would be my assumption.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what it's
I think I like that
labeled
too.
as
Somebody at Disney, right?
exhibit number 53, and it is Disney 114 through 137. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Well, it looks like an internal email. It may have been part of the disclosure documents.
This one's from Alan Horn, and I think we've identified Alan Horn before. Well, actually, it starts with, let's start down here. On June 21st, 2018.
Oh, shit.
All right. And then it has a reply from Sean Bailey, sad. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was Mr. Bailey's position with Disney on June 21st, 2018?
I believe he was the president then.
Okay.
He may have been the EVP. I don't know.
Okay. And then we have an email at the top. It's to Sean Bailey, CC Janelle Tipton. And then it has some copies to some other people. It's from Alan Horn. I believe we said he was one of the co-directors. Is that correct?
Co-chairman.
Co-chairman. Okay. And Alan Bergman.
The other co-chairman.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of ever reading the Rolling Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time frame?
I honestly don't remember if I ever read this document. I may have.
Do you have any understanding of why this would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top?
Again, same as before, just because of the fact that we have a relationship with Johnny. So they may have determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
All right, Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 54. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, it looks like a email.
Please describe it for me.
It's an email, well, it started from Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in Post Finance. And then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right. And you said Scott Sellers is in Post Finance?
Correct.
What is that?
He handles all finances once film goes into post-production on any given picture. Also reporting for the studio, internal reporting, finances.
All right. And this is July 14, 2018 that he's sending this to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone, The Trouble with Johnny Depp?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much about the story, but obviously I must have looked at it and commented.
Right, and in fact, you commented depressing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has importance and received on this when you sent it back?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 56. And it is a document also produced by Disney, and there's the date stamps, Disney 167 through 177. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at the top there. This is to Alan Bergman from, and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn down to 169. It says Johnny Depp's legal team prepares for court hearing about Amber Heard abuse claims. The actor's camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against his son for an article that labeled the actor a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, Katie Kaleni reports. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of learning about this and reading about the UK case in this time frame? We're talking October 2018.
I may have seen a headline come across my desk in the same manner as Alan received it, but that's probably as far as it went.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60. And it's dated November 5, 2020. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return. You see that? Question was, did you see it?
Yes, I see it.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any document in Disney's emails or in their IT system or anywhere that contains Amber Heard's op-ed from December of 2018?
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Okay. Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any decision maker outside of Disney? And by this, I'm including producers, directors, people of that ilk, who have ever said they were not considering Mr. Depp for Pirates 6 or any other movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018?
No.
That's it.
All right. Do we? How much time?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Bro.
Ellen Barkin.
Oh, it's Ellen Barkin.
Barkin.
We're looking forward to that. Yo, it's weak as shit. I can't believe that this is it, yo. Are they even gonna make it to the 27th?
Good morning, Ms. Barkin.
Good morning.
I think the first thing that would be very short but very simple and clean for the record is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind of brief summary of kind of when you started working and what you've done during your career.
I started acting professionally about 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them.
Okay.
That's what I did for 40 years.
And in the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
Right.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood, and he, you know, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes, 1994.
When you say switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic, to your
change that to sexual.
To sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
She's smiling too.
Several months.
Sexual.
Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
Gotta let him
And
know.
during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but can you tell me like where you would see him? Just give me some sense of that.
Yeah, he would come to my house, or I would go to his house.
And both houses in LA?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or where you were at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual?
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What was your understanding? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Amber smiling too.
Okay. In addition to alcohol, were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Okay. Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Yes.
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics, cocaine, marijuana.
Hallucinogenics, can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. Okay. He called me and told me he was tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I just know he was always drinking or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course, oh yeah.
Were you smoking?
Now, did you ever observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
It was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time, Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room, so maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you?
Sure.
Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
And when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Were there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people?
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His, Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, don't do this, don't do that. And I never heard from him again after that.
And did Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced, you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah. And demanding.
That's it. What's the rest of it?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our afternoon recess.
Can we get the full
Please
thing?
do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? We'll see you back in 15
What kind of
minutes.
half-ass testimonies are these depositions?
Change that. Change it. A sexual relationship. Yeah. He liked it. It was abusive. He liked me, yeah. Yeah, we had a brief relationship.
I was like, God damn. Shit, bro. The people that come up, the skeletons that they're bringing up.
3:45. Does that give you time to be ready? Okay.
Like, God damn. I started thinking about, like, holy shit, like, I actually texted one of my exes. I was like, what would you say about me in the depot? But I haven't gotten a response yet. I was imagining if, like, sometimes I'm just looking at this stuff, like, imagine, like, if one day I was in some type of crazy situation like this, and they just start pulling out skeezers and shit, you know, from your past and stuff. And she was, like, making sure, too, like, correction, it's sexual. Like, she smiled too, like a big smile on her face.
Yes, he fucked me.
Damn, yo, Johnny over there like shaking his head and shit. Oh my God. I could just imagine, bro. Like I'm kind of looking back like into my memory. I'm like, oh shit. They gotta like they pull that one person, he's like, oh man. All right. Well, at least that was kind of like entertaining. The hell is that, yo? From the 1990s and shit. Like, god damn. You take this screen off here. Jesus. And yeah, she was saying he threw a bottle across the room but didn't hit them. Damn, bro. What was that? What did we just watch? I'm just like processing it still. And for 10 minutes, you want the world to know. I wonder what Twitter's saying about that too. That's my clip for today. Came through. Boss lady, you out there? I think that's the clip for today. That's it, because we ain't got shit else for the rest of the day. Yeah, we'll do phone calls at the end. It's still not over. We still got a long way to go. We still got what is it? It's 3:30 now. So 4:30, 5:30. We got potentially 2 hours, unless they stop at 5. Damn, bro. Imagine they just go into your past and just find somebody. It's like they're just reaching to get anybody to say anything. I mean, I get it. They want to bring up, I guess, the jealousy thing, I guess. And like that he was, let me see if I can find an article about this lady. Because they were saying that they believe that she has some sort of, I read somewhere that it's believed she has some sort of grudge. Scary shit, man. That woman's name? Ellen Barkin. People were kind of telling me too she was going to be something. Damn, this chick actually sent me like a nice ass part. You didn't have to. You could have sent. You could have sent some negativity. All right. She's like this professional paragraph of text. All right. Let me pull up Ellen Barkin. Ellen Barkin, Johnny Depp. Grudge. Wikipedia says Ellen was married from 1988 to 2006. Ooh, Retta Carbo pulled that up. Oh, say it ain't so, Ellen. Say it ain't so. I want, and how old was she at the time? 1990. Man, I guess they were kind of. Shit, I could clip that shit right now. Let me focus on the stream. First of all, can we get the full deposition of that, or was that just like cut or something? Or is that the full thing? Deposition, is that already released somewhere? Or have we never? Has this never? Maybe this was not. Oh, this was a recent recording, right? So maybe it's never been seen before. And the ex-attorney, Amber's ex-attorney, I forget her name. So they brought her on to prove that he called her a bitch. And then that was it, right? Or was there other stuff? I don't know. That's all I got out of it. He was 27. She was 38. Okay. Oh.
Johnny had a brief relationship.
What is brief? That's what I was wondering too. It said brief. What's brief? A month, 2 months, a couple weeks? Or she just want to allude that she was cheating, so she didn't really want to say.
Had a brief relationship in the 1990s. Yeah. Oh.
iCkEdMeL, Jackie says, notice that a lot of Amber Heard's witnesses are pre-recorded from years ago. Where was, yeah, most of JD, well, a lot of JD, I don't know if I should say most, but JD has a lot more people like in person testifying and kind of like, they have stories. This chick has nothing interesting about her. She ain't got stories. Her witnesses don't got no stories. She got some, even the Disney person, nothing against that lady, you know, but like, she's like, what did she know? She didn't really know anything. She's like, oh, there's people above her, there's people under her. I don't even really have direct knowledge of this Pirates of the Caribbean thing. It's like, why'd you even have her there? It's like they're just bringing out whoever, like, and then I think back, then it kind of makes you think back to like the UK trial, right? It was UK or whatever those people are. What the hell did these people see? Like, what? Oh, well, it was different in the UK because he was suing the newspaper. So I guess defamation is already hard, but then to go for the newspaper, that's even harder, I guess. Maybe that's what it is. Like, what the hell did these UK people see? But I guess in that context. Take a look. Says Barkin and Depp are said to have been involved in a brief relationship in 1997 while filming the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. She said there is always an air of violence around him. The comments are listed in the case notes for the 2020 Depp First News Group newspaper trial, which Depp ultimately lost. It was just a world of violence. He is a yeller and he is verbally abusive, is what she says. Depp was asked in court why Barkin testified against him, to which he suggested it was because she wanted more than a sexual element. Oh, okay. That lasted between the pair for months on and off. She wanted a proper relationship with me, and I did not want that, Depp said. I didn't feel the same about her as she did about me. And I suppose from that moment, she became very, very angry. The wine bottle incident. A U.S. deposition highlighted within the 2020 trial brought up the wine bottle incident. It has been mentioned many times that during his relationship with Barkin, Depp threw a bottle of wine in a hotel room. In the testimony, Barkin once again accused Depp of a lot of yelling before discussing the wine bottle incident. Yes, Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room, in one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. She went to confirm that the bottle didn't hit her or anyone else. Barkin was also asked if Depp had ever hit her. No, he did not, she said. Barkin also confirmed that he never kicked her or physically assaulted her in any way. I mean, so if what she's saying is true, I guess they're just trying to bring up that he has violent tendencies, though he's never actually hit her or hit anybody or hit any of them. Oh, I gotta fix this. I should get the super chats too. So that's interesting. I mean, it's not a strong witness. 1990s are not a strong witness, but I guess to try to, I don't know how I'm feeling about is somebody going to win this defamation case? I'm kind of leaning still kind of like nobody's going to win. They might just walk out with nothing besides, the public perception. On Twitter in February 2021, Barkin brought up Depp's name again at a time when his friend Marilyn Manson was being accused of sexual assault and abuse. And she made a post judging by it. Well, I guess I could show you guys while I read. Imperfect Me, thank you for the super chat. Says Ellen testimony date on video was November 22, 2019. Oh, so it should be out somewhere. If somebody could email it to me, if it is somewhere, somebody could email it to me. Maybe we can watch it together after the trial. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not that interesting, but I don't know if that was the whole thing we saw. It looked like it just abruptly cut it. But this is the tweet. Judging by Twitter replies, the way to defend Marilyn Manson is to discuss his deep and loyal friendship with Johnny Depp. Birds of prey. Ooh. Barkin is a 68-year-old primetime Emmy Award-winning actor who has been appearing on our screen since the 1970s. She won an Emmy for the 1997 TV movie Four Women Had Wings, but also is famous for appearing on the Drop Dead Gorgeous, The Fan, and the TV series Animal Kingdom. She was married to actor Gabriel Bryan, The Usual Suspects, with whom she has 2 children. The couple wed in 1988, but separated in 1993 before finalizing the divorce. So she was married, right? She was married. Wait, but when was the Johnny Depp? Oh, it was 1997. Maybe she wasn't married. Was it 1997 that she had the Johnny Depp fling? So maybe she wasn't married. Oh, so she was separated. The couple wed in 1988, but separated in 1993 before finalizing the divorce in 1999. She later married businessman Ronald Perlman in 2000, but they divorced in 2006. You got issues. From 2008 to 2011, she dated filmmaker Sam Levinson, with whom there was a 31-year age difference. Wow. Barkin had worked with Sam's father, Barry Levinson, in the 1982 movie Diner, 3 years before Sam was born. Denise here had to say, I'm in my 60s, so I'm very aware of Ellen Barkin, her career, and the fall of. And I will say there are women who strategically marry to earn divorce settlements. Ellen Barkin is one of them. Ugh. Allegedly. Amber's team is grasping at straws. I don't believe it for a moment. The same Ellen Barkin who made $60 million in a divorce settlement to the oligarch Ron Perlman. Oh, so she got him. She got him good. Sounds like sour grapes to me. Why would any young man want to saddle himself with a woman who's looking for an excellent divorce settlement? Oh, shit. So we got history there. I thought of that, of Amber Heard as well. I knew she was a gold digger, and I had no idea she was... What? She was... Oh, nuts. Was that what you said? Nuts is offensive now, so I guess you got to censor it. She was nuts. What do you mean nuts? It's offensive to people, I guess. I don't know. Nuts. I feel bad for JD and his kids. Does anyone know what an air of violence is? Can't wait to see JD's lawyer rip on that one. I guess we're not going to hear anything, though, because she's not there. Well, the thing I've noticed, too, with some of these depots is there's no... You don't hear JD's attorney. Did they not want to say anything? Did they not have anything to say to her? I mean, what is there to say to that, I guess? They had a brief time of dating in 1997. Wow, that's 25 years ago. I mean, what the heck? I don't know about you guys, but I've changed in 25 years. Shit, I changed last month, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. My whole life has changed. Every time I think, like... I'm sometimes surprised at me because you think like you get to certain levels with certain age, but it's just always like an evolving thing for me. And so like, dude, even just last year, I noticed a difference about some of the, even YouTube, some of the things that some of my mannerisms and some of the things that I do. So yeah, 25 years ago. Woo! And I barely remember any details of dating back then. She's older than JD, so seems AH is grasping at straws. Jeez. I don't know this person. Must be washed up. Otherwise, it would be a career suicide to testify on Amber's side right now. She got millions, man. She got millions in the bank, I guess. So she don't got to worry. Got millions, man. She don't give a shit about what nobody say.
Yeah, he fucked me.
She want the world to know that shit. Johnny over there shaking his head and shit. Oh my God, yo. I can't believe that. That was I think that might have been, I don't know. Can we call that the best part of today? I don't know. I'm not too sure. I don't know. I think Johnny and Amber are probably both at fault. In the few news clips I've seen, his extreme control in the courtroom gives me the creeps. I felt it's a big act. There's just something off about it. Cancel. Thank you. DIGGER. Thank you for the for the bits. Oh, let me get the super chats real quick and then we can keep reading because I'm kind of falling behind. Wow. Okay. Damn, I missed quite a bit. Shit, I should have did this before. I need somebody to tap me on the shoulder when I'm starting to like forget about, and I need to. Okay, I got her. Thank you, Chantel, for becoming a member. Heather for becoming a member. Thank you, Lance, again for gifting the subs to Astan, Natoa, Kiki. Lance, you've been amazing. Thank you for all the support on Twitch. Did I say Twitter? Twitch. Diggs, thank you for becoming a member. And I think we will be talking soon too. Base Chica, thank you for the membership. We're looking at like 4 hours ago. Lance, thank you for gifting again. And Partis, been a member for 8 months. I enjoy you, amigo, and the Amber trial is a disgrace to real victims. Okay, bye. Thanks, and Partis and Parts. Hoax. Oh shit, Hoax became a member? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cancel. That gets me canceled. Him being a member of mine cancels me. Oh. Okay, Patricia, thank you for subscribing. Jen, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Jasmine, thank you for the membership for 5 months and the thumbs up. Joey, thank you for the membership. And Bards, hey! You, thank you for the super chat. Internet Jam, which is Jazz, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Super kind, appreciate that because you're on Facebook, YouTube.
Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Lethal Latin, thank you for the super chat. Yes. Worst deposition ever.
Okay, you want to approach with
Manny, thank you for the super chat. Manny de Moe, Lula Innovations. Amber Heard's witnesses today claim that Johnny's attitude changed from around 2011 to 2013. This is when Heard wormed herself into his space. Coincidence, right? I know when I was in some toxic stuff, a lot of things about me were not good at that time. Like I was just really, when you're in a bad relationship or toxic relationship, you end up both becoming toxic if you're not already. Ethel Winks, thank you for the super chat, says he Depp bodyguard one of them. Lisa G, thank you for the super chat. Who are the Deppels? Okay, when are the Deppels filmed in order? Weeks ago. Some of them are years ago. Some of them are recent. Usually they put the date at the bottom. Lisa G says, objection, relevance of any of these Deppels to this trial. None of this proves anything. Christina, oh, hey Mel, thanks for the dedication. I have been so entertained. At times I felt so fed up at Turd. I had to turn my TV off. Thanks for your time. Lunch on me today. Thank you. Hashtag Team Depp. If you read my note, like Mel's video. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Max Bang. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the support, man, because I've seen you around a lot lately. Jazz the Kid, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. And she told me that her mother watches. I think you said your mother got you into my content, which is great. And I just started on Twitch recently. I mean, I've had Twitch, but I never really posted anything until recently. Bloody GXTZ says, stream on Facebook, Mel, too, please. Facebook still hasn't approved my monetization for live streams. It's separate from regular videos. It's been almost 3 weeks. Facebook is lacking. Like, it's horrible. I didn't know they were that bad with that particular thing. Direct videos, they're freaking amazing. I mean, you only knew. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to say no. Beautiful Disaster, bet Amber Heard has a lot worse numbers since this trial because she... let me read that again. Sorry. Beautiful Disaster, bet money Amber Heard has a lot of worse numbers since this trial because we see you, Amber Heard. Don't be mad. You did it yourself. Leslie, thank you for the membership, 3 months. I want to see hashtag Amber Heard shown to the jury. Egypt Mania, thank you for the super chat. Let's all get on every social media and hashtag the F out of her, bots her. It's called common sense. Now, I'm not going to say that. That's just, that's just the super chat. I'm not going to encourage anybody to go do anything because, these people want to cancel me. But I get what you're saying. Get what you're saying. I don't know, somebody clip it and be like, hey, see, iCkEdMeL is encouraging people to go harass her or whatever. Hey, Hope, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Jennifer, thank you for the super chat. Says, did he just say he has watched some of this trial? I feel like I heard him say that, and I saw somebody in the comment section say that supposedly expert witnesses can watch the trial. So that's a question that we could ask Terry. Good question for Terry. I might call her at the end if she has time. Kayla, thank you for the super chat. Shaking in his boots. Elvis girl. He keeps saying turd. And I think we're kind of have to read the rest after. Lisa G, thank you for the super chat. I'm pretty far behind, but oh my God, I cannot wait with these people. Objection, relevance, hearsay, foundation, and scumbaggery. Thanks. Lethal Latin.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Alan Blaustein.
All right.
Blaustein.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Alan.
Oh, and I'm asking questions first. I believe I may be the only one asking questions.
All right. All right, thank you.
Can you please provide your full name?
Alan Scott Blaustein.
You're a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you're a psychiatrist?
Yes.
How long have you been a psychiatrist for?
Since 1987.
And you went to medical school?
Yes.
What medical school did you go to?
Northwestern University.
Now, Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct?
Correct.
You understood that Mr. Depp had substance dependence issues, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what substance issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with?
Marijuana, alcohol, opiates, I believe.
Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome?
I knew Mr. Depp had anxiety.
And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety?
She told me that.
Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar?
There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion.
Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about a bipolar diagnosis?
No.
What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed?
Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing.
In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
I would say that he expressed having issues with anger.
Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp express having issues of anger towards Amber?
He expressed having anger towards her. Yes.
Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber?
I can't, no, I'll have to say no.
Do In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs?
I can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy, but I don't remember if it was about affairs.
Do you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about?
No.
In working with Mr. Depp, did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patience?
Yes, he was impatient.
What is your understanding about issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty in emotional expressions and lots of anger in both places and high intensity affect and emotional expression. A lot of love, a lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
Dr. Blaustein, I'm showing you what's been marked as Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
Okay. This is from your file?
Correct.
And you keep this document in the ordinary course of business?
Correct.
And this billing invoice is for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And so where it says 10 to 14 from your billing records, would this be is this your understanding the first time you met with Mr. Depp?
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or he didn't show up, my count, it comes to 18 times you met with Mr. Depp. Does that sound about right?
Looks like 18 times.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of medications that Mr. Depp was taking?
I had concerns about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
And what were the concerns about the Adderall?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I would have been asking about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp about what he did when Marilyn Manson would visit?
No.
When you were working with Mr. Depp, did you have any understanding whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol or not?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times in your working with Mr. Depp where he had breakthrough uses of drugs or alcohol?
Yeah, that his relative sobriety was not complete, yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety, was not complete?
Well, relative sobriety. Again, I said relative sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana throughout, almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him, with a short time exception, I think. So I called it relative sobriety. Then there'd be some breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you say breakthrough usage, just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And by breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence of using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used a substance that he was trying to be sober, abstinent of.
Okay. So in addition to marijuana, in the time you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014 through January of 2015, there were times where Mr. Depp broke his sobriety with drugs or alcohol in addition to marijuana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you come to that understanding?
He would have told me.
Do you know why Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I know he was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work, and I assumed that was the reason.
But he hasn't returned to you since he went to Australia in 2015, correct?
Correct.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Last seen, Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Right.
And you kept these notes in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Right.
And you kept these notes in a file for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014, correct?
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places where I don't remember, I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes.
Okay.
And that's what makes them process notes.
In working with Mr. Depp, did he discuss any abuse he received as a child or an adolescent?
Yes.
And do you recall any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiancée?
No, not from this.
What does it say?
Such a pain in the ass.
Do you recall why he was saying Amber was a pain in the ass?
No.
Okay. And what's the next thing say?
Well, in boxes about his kid's mom.
Okay.
And again, I think I have the word destructive.
What was destructive referring to? Do you know?
I don't know. No, I don't. Something relationship 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids. Out about officially. He didn't want to be his dad. Thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad. And then below kids, it says clear, better. She needed me to be all this. Needed me to be all this week or all this work. I don't know.
If we turn to the next page, it says page 2.
Yep, got it.
And then what's the next line say?
There's this violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
Okay, and so what is Mr. Depp referring to there?
I don't recall.
So do you recall that in working with Mr. Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Well, rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but I do remember rage and chaos. Now, again, the context of this is I had met him at this point. So this is an initial telephone consultation. So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber, correct?
Yes, yes.
What other relationships was he talking about rage and chaos?
Again, I don't have the specific recollection, but I think it included the mother of his children, and arguments about not child custody, child care or visitation or access to the children. On the left, it says raise 2 kids, 15 and 12. And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
My association now is his sister, but I don't think that's true. I don't have a specific recollection, no. Wouldn't take fear, wake up to fight devil. Wait up to fight devil.
You know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
I think he referred to a devil as some version of internal depression and chaos that he felt, something like an everyday phenomenon. He felt he was struggling, and he, I think, would label that as a devil.
So Mr. Depp labeled as something that was internal to him as the devil,
as a representation of something horrible inside of himself. What I would say.
So the devil was something horrible inside of himself, correct? That's what Mr.
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was a representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
Did Mr. Depp ever refer to himself as a monster?
Remember the word monster in my office, but I don't know if it's referring to himself or not. Maybe that'll be more revealed as we go forward.
Now, turning to Blaustein 12, which is page 4 of this exhibit, and there's a 3 at the top, correct?
Yeah.
And then to the right, that says Amber fiance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's
work through anger just below that.
And where it's saying work through anger, is that referring to his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part of his goal of therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it. Self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
Do you know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think the self-destructive was his drug use. That's what I think referring to at this time.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top it says Johnny/Debbie, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the date, it says 10/what?
I think that's 10/7.
And so it says JD 10/21/14, correct?
Correct. A lot of things, work, intense work, fatigue. Need a minute. Here I can say with certainty, his words, shit with my girl.
And what's that referring to?
Difficulty he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Mr. Depp was having with Amber?
No.
The next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point about potentially Mr. Depp and Amber marrying?
Yes, he was talking about that. Yes.
Okay. And then what does it say under she refuses to accept?
Wedding February.
And then what's next?
May not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Were there any discussions that you had with Mr. Depp where he had concerns about the age difference between him and Amber?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. But what does it say under 51 years old?
A lot of life experiences. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where you wrote, "You're being my mother and psychotic sister"?
I think that's something that he said to, he told me, he said to her. That
Mr. Depp said to Amber, "You're being my mother and psychotic sister"?
That's what I would think, yes.
Okay. Then the next line.
High tolerance for marijuana.
Who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
All right, turning to the next page, which is Blaustein 15, and where I have a number 5 on the top there. What is it? Self-something?
Self-destructive very early.
And was Mr. Depp talking about himself being self-destructive very early?
Yes.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
I think, I don't recall, but let's continue and maybe something's there.
So he was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, asking him about where can he get rewards elsewhere. Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him, where did he get rewards elsewhere? And there he said, in the past, MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine.
So what did you understand where you wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine?
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. There is another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely that those were things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was the main thrust of that time.
And then it says, back to the left, it says left off.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself to try to get back to a reward loop mechanism, and it's parallel to a relationship. What kinds of rewards could come back to him that could be healthy? What kinds of rewards that could come from the relationship that could be healthy? And then talk about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all that his brain can change as he continues to take these drugs?
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
More on relationship issues, being accused, in his word, of being manic, grounded by seeing children. Son is one of the positive aspects of the relationship. I assume he's talking about his past relationship there.
Mr. Depp was saying that Amber reminded him of his mom and his psychotic sister.
The relationship reminded him of his relationship with his psychotic sister and his mother, yes.
And Mr. Depp talked about that he was being accused of being manic.
Yes.
Did he say who accused him of being manic?
I assume from this it was Amber.
turn to the next page, Blaustein 16. Yeah, and this is 1029-14 at the top.
Mood euthymic.
What does that mean?
Attention. Normal mood. Attention decreased.
You mean by
memory
attention decreased?
Difficulty with attention, paying attention. Memory, transitional difficulties.
And what do you mean by having transitional difficulties with his memory?
It would have been part of a maybe mental status test that I would have done in the first session, where he would have trouble holding on to memory of things from 5 minutes ago. If I asked him to remember 3 words, he may have had difficulty. He would have had difficulty remembering those 3 words 5 minutes later after distracting him with other conversation.
All right. And then what does it say after that?
THC, a marijuana, as part of issue, tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what THC stands for.
So you saw THC as an issue with Mr. Depp's memory and attention, is that right?
Well, with the transitional memory, at least, yes. Perhaps the attention. MSE, mental status examination. More present, more attention. Off on dates. When I would ask him about what today might be, what today's date was, perhaps, is what that's referring to.
So Mr. Depp was off on
what date that was.
Date. Turning to the next page, Blaustein 17. It says JD at the top, and then 11, 10, 14. See that?
Yep, I have that.
Okay. And Mr. Depp came in to see you on 11, 10, 14?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the first line say?
Some clouding, probably secondary to THC.
What do you mean by clouding?
Would have been something in confusion or something about his mental state, or less sharp, less alert, perhaps.
What's the next line say?
It says no evidence of mania, hypomania.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't see in his presentation any evidence of mania or hypomania.
Okay. Next line.
Discussion about relationships, core issues of trust. Amber says contact. Don't know.
Okay.
Fruitless meeting with her therapist.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp with mania or hypomania in any of your other sessions?
Not that I recall.
At 10:24:14, Mr. Depp came in for another individual session, correct?
11:24:14.
The first line says 15 minutes late.
15 minutes late. Clear. Relationship stabilizing. Looking at jealous parts of him.
What do you mean by that, looking at jealous parts of him?
Things that make him jealous and what his role might be in jealousy.
And what made Mr. Depp jealous?
Well, about what was happening there, but with Amber, I don't know. I can't recall. I see in my next notice it was a triggering point. On my next notice, triggering point, early breakup at 22, where an actress cheated with a leading man.
So was Mr. Depp jealous of Amber being with other men?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And turning to Blaustein 18, which looks like it starts at 12:7:14.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp came in for an individual session.
There we go.
Correct.
And then it looks like you have paranoia in quotes.
Would have been his word. And what he meant by that, the elements were fear, envy, and vigilance.
So Mr. Depp told you something about paranoia?
Well, as he defined it.
And his elements of paranoia were fear, envy, and vigilance, as he told you. Then there's, what's the next day, 12, 18, 14?
Yeah, let's see. 12, 18, 14, yes.
And Mr. Depp came in for a session.
Yes. Patient working. So psychotherapy on phone. It says possible there was a phone session that I didn't mark as a phone session. Big fight with girlfriend yesterday. Struggling with how to separate. Let her tell you her feelings. Relationship needs to take care of you. Her to go to a safe zone, withdraw. Different than childhood experiences.
And then it's at 1/6/15, correct?
Correct.
And what do these notes say?
Patient late, 20 minutes. Positive hypnotherapy session. Goals to make a beeline to bed. Using relationship to take care of the individuals. Let's see. Not logical approach to Amber's work. Take care of emotions. Sobriety continuing.
And then Blaustein 20. Move down to the last page. And this is for 1/8/15, just to be clear.
1/8/15, correct. Slate, vulnerability, woman in studio who admired Amber. Threat.
What did that mean? What did you understand that to mean?
That probably related to your prior question, that there was a woman who admired her that he felt jealous of. Let's see, the next thing is something of vulnerability. Instances of vulnerability and internal fear parallel to vulnerability and childhood. Inability. Free or fight, only way.
What does that mean, free or fight, only way?
Free or fight, or free and fight is the only way. And my understanding of that is either to be free of the relationship or fight for it. And positive relatedness with Amber through, dash vulnerability.
Did and 1/8/15 was the last time you saw or spoke to Mr. Depp as a patient, correct?
I believe that's true.
Did Mr. Depp describe to you at all how his jealousy would present itself, whether he was jealous of a man or a woman in relation to Amber?
It would make him angry. It would make him feel insecure.
That's it.
Your next witness.
You know,
Your
because
Honor,
with
our
that
next
part
witness
too.
is Eric George. He was the attorney for
Well,
Amber
I guess
relating to the op-ed.
I guess because it's her people, they just don't need to. That's so weird. We gotta ask Terry about this with these depots.
Your name for the record?
Sure. Eric
I mean, at least it's quick.
George, E-R-I-C. Last name is George, George.
And could you also state your business address, please?
Sure. 2121 Avenue of the Stars, Suite 2800, Los Angeles, California 90067.
And what is the name of the law firm that you work with?
It's Brown, BROWNE, George, Ross, O'Brien, Anagway, and Ellis.
And you are an attorney, Mr. George?
I am.
And I take it from the name of the firm that you are one of the named partners?
I am indeed.
Okay. What are your areas of practice?
Litigation, largely in the business and entertainment areas.
Have you handled defamation and libel matters?
I have.
Where are you barred? In other words, what states are you a member of the bar?
Sure. In California, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And are you also a member or barred in the United States Supreme Court?
I am.
Can you please tell us where you attended undergraduate and law school?
Sure. At Georgetown for both undergrad and law school.
What, if any, service did you have with the Council of the United States Senate Judiciary Committee?
Sure. I'm just pausing to get my dates correct here. In approximately March of 1999.
Thank you, Lauren.
I began service as counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, where I served through about mid-2000.
And what, if any, service did you have to the Secretary, the Legal Affairs Secretary to the Governor, Pete Wilson?
Sure. From about March 1997 to January of 1999, I was counsel to then Governor Pete Wilson, and my specific title was Deputy Legal Affairs Secretary.
Have you been recognized for your career achievements since you have been an attorney?
I'll say immodestly, yes, in various ways that lawyers are from time to time in magazines and publications and whatnot.
And what, if any, recognition have you received as one of the top 100 attorneys in California?
The legal paper annually puts out a list of the top 100 attorneys in California, and I've been fortunate to be selected as one of those for many years.
And what, if any, recognition have you had as being a super lawyer in California?
Same answer, except that's, I believe it's called Los Angeles Lawyer magazine. I could have that wrong, but again, annually they put out a list of their super lawyers.
All right. And are you also a member of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
I am.
What is one of the qualifications for becoming a member, being invited to be a fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
Sure. So the college reaches out to individual lawyers who have distinguished themselves and generally occupy the top 1% of law practice. And it's an organization dedicated to the development of professionalism within the practice of law.
I'm going to now turn to Amber Heard, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. George, how long have you known Amber Heard?
I have known Amber Heard, gosh, it's got to be a good 5 years.
I'm going to be referring to an op-ed, and I'm going to use the term op-ed. It's obviously an opinion editorial that Amber Heard ended up ultimately publishing with the ACLU. And so in the Washington Post, December 18, 2018. So as I go through and ask these questions, I'm going to be using just the term op-ed. Will you be comfortable with me using op-ed and understand it to mean that particular publication on December 18, 2018?
Sure.
So what, if any, legal representation did you provide to Ms. Heard relating to the op-ed?
She presented to me a draft of the op-ed and asked for my counsel in terms of reviewing it, editing it, and finalizing it for publication.
When is the first time Amber Heard reached out to you in connection with the op-ed and reviewing the op-ed?
It was certainly within the time frame of December 6, 2018.
In connection with the op-ed, what, if anything, was your objective in representing Amber Heard with respect to the review and revision of the op-ed?
I reviewed it and spent some significant time on it to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against her in connection with a defamation or related type of tort claim. And ideally, with that in mind, to minimize the possibility of her ever being sued in connection with publishing it.
So, Mr. George, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 9.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Please describe what it is.
As its title, it's a judgment of dissolution of the marriage between Amber Heard and Mr. Depp.
Were you familiar with this document and its contents when you represented Amber Heard relating to the review of the op-ed?
Yes.
And what was your objective in representing and advising Amber Heard on the op-ed in connection with this stipulated judgment of dissolution of marriage?
So my objective was to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against Ms. Heard in connection with the publication of an op-ed, whether that is a tort related to, say, defamation or something akin to it, but also including any contract-based breach claim arising in connection with the judgment.
And what, if any indications did you have from Amber Heard during that time frame that Amber did not intend to follow your advice or did not care if she was in a compromising position or might be at legal risk?
So let me answer that this way. Really 2 points. Number one, there was never anything that she said to me to the effect that she was willing to run some risk of being sued or that she wouldn't listen to my counsel or anything of that sort. Number two, that she affirmatively did follow in all instances my counsel with respect to these particular edits.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was disregarded by Amber Heard?
None, to my knowledge.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was followed by Amber Heard?
All of it.
What, if any, legal advice did you provide to Amber Heard in connection with the drafting and publication of the op-ed that was not made in good faith by you?
I acted in good faith throughout and with the best of my abilities.
All right, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we have Jessica Kovacevic. She's Amber's agent, and that's approximately 27 minutes.
Go ahead and spell the last name for me.
It's a tough one. Kovacevic.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kovacevic. And Ms. Kovacevic, do you know that you are here today in your personal capacity and also as a representative of your agency, WME?
I do.
Ms. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
Would you please describe in just very general terms what a talent agent does generally?
Generally, you procure work for your clients. You make introductions, you read their scripts, you negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Heard is one of your clients?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Heard as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Did you ever, at any point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Ms. Heard?
No.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Ms. Heard in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
Extremely.
Was Ms. Heard's performance in the film well received critically?
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Ms. Heard's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
As her talent agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice. When when Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever. So even more so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did in success, it's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
What year is that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point, were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman 2?
The financial terms?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Was that consistent with the original contract?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
So did there come a time when WME came to understand that Ms. Heard's role as Mira in Aquaman 2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Ms. Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
What is your educational background since high school?
College.
What college did you attend?
NYU.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
Communications.
When WME first began working with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry. You could call anyone and they knew who she was. So she had a certain level of fame. She had starred in movies and shows already by that point.
Okay, going back and taking a wider lens, over the time that the several years you've worked with Ms. Heard, how would you characterize the arc of her career?
I would say she was a known actress when I started working with her. Like I said, she was someone that you could call executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series. When I worked with her, we slowly started to strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with, better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, subsequently, was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes. And they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen. It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So that's my assessment.
What evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
Can you name a single role she has lost as a result of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. That they took away from her. And, the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because, of this bad press, because it's nothing she did, and it's all hearsay, and it's all, whatever. But there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away. I know that a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one is going to say to me, oh, we can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever. They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them from, these accusations. No one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and, abusing somebody. No one wants that association with their project.
And directing your attention 10 pages into the article, there's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Okay. Did any was WME aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
Yes.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
That's what I observed.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman, and I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make it a little bit easier to understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point?
Yes.
You testified earlier that it's quite typical when you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman, would you expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman and Amber with Mira?
The endorsement department would a combination of offers and then seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory, or stay the same?
I expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
I would have expected them to increase.
And why is that?
Because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for Aquaman?
The first one? I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
That becomes an actor's quote, their fee. Yes, typically, like, you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to be interested in her, decrease, or stay the same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her to get more TV roles?
Objection.
Yeah. And why?
Make sure to let that in there.
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
It depends. If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up longer time. Indies, you can do a couple of them a year. It just depends. So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely more than 0.
And has Amber starred in more than one project per year since then?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly. And so right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please. Now, did in fact L'Oreal suspend having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
And what the conditions were for the renewal?
It was just essentially that they were renewing her. It was the same fee. That was the bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay. And why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition that was out there to try to get Amber Heard dropped from Aquaman 2?
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr. Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time frame?
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own research, just clicking on the accounts myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
And what did you learn when you did that?
Just as I would go through, daily, just looking at comments or, just the negative comments, clicking on them. Many of them were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had, no followers, no posts, nothing, or following just Amber and Johnny, things like that.
And I'm sorry. And so what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
When you look to set a career trajectory for an actor who just broke out in a major franchise film, would you look to other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth and more films, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say the most successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Would you consider Ana de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in measuring where Amber would have been after Aquaman 1? Or should have been?
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable, that would be a good comp.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Is that what you have for today?
That's it.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our day and the end of our week. So I want to make sure you have a good 3 days and come back for our last week of testimony and enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again, of what we need to remember as we go through the weekend, okay? So you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway, all right? So enjoy your weekend. We'll see you early, 9 o'clock, ready to go Monday morning, okay?
Monday morning. Thank God she said it. Just to confirm and blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yo, I don't know what is up with these testimonies. And I was just, this whole thing with this witness too, which Lindsay kind of pointed out, which somebody else pointed out, Rakia Law and some other people, that they're basically saying or arguing the same thing that Johnny's trying to argue.
In this matter, Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, please do not do any posts on social media over the weekend and no public statements, please. All right. And we will see you on Monday morning. As for the attorneys, 8 a.m. tomorrow. I thank you for all the jury instructions, objections, going through those now. I appreciate that. I am missing some exhibits from depositions that we need to get, so if you get with Jamie so we can get those and get them all taken care of for the week. Another thing that I'm doing, just to give you information, I'm getting IT together to do a laptop for the jurors for deliberations. The laptop is going to be scrubbed and it's just going to have the audio and the video files on them, okay? So they're going to get me a mock-up by Tuesday. It's not going to have any Wi-Fi or internet or no passwords, so it's just going to have that on it. So once I get it and I approve it, I'm going to have both parties take a look at it and make sure everything is on there. That's supposed to be on there, and that's going to go to the jury when the physical evidence goes to the jury, okay? It just seemed like that was a better way to do it for the audio and the video files, okay? As far as times go, I can give you your updated times as of this minute.
They could have gone
for
30.
Plaintiff has used 42 hours and 45 minutes. Defendant has used 53 hours and 1 minute. So the time remaining for the plaintiffs is 18 hours and 30 minutes.
Still got time.
And the time for the defendants is 8 hours and 14 minutes. Okay? So anybody have any other issues before we're done for tonight?
No, thank you very much. Not at this
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Yes?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. And I would have thought maybe, I'm glad it's not going to 5:30, honestly, but I would have thought maybe they could have maybe brought on another 5-minute, 20-minute testimony, whatever it is they got, get another one in. They're going through their things a lot faster. I'm almost wondering, are they even going to use up their time, or are they not? And they don't really seem to have much. And the Amber's list is pretty long, right? I wonder how many we've gone through already. It's a complete difference still between the two sides and their witnesses. Apparently nobody liked her ass either. Movie producers or her friends or whatever you want to call them. It's Friday, Mel. Ends early. Is that why? Okay. Okay, man. Let me get some of the super chats. We can do calls for a little bit if you guys want to do some calls, and then we can end it. And I should call Terry if she's available. Lethal Latin, Trogon in favor of JD. Amber Heard team's creating a circus. Angela, thank you for becoming a member. Elvis, thank you for becoming a member. Chantal, thank you for the bits. Egypt says, oh my God, Barkin turned into a lizard. Yikes, don't blame him in the least. Just say no to Botox, y'all. Canceled.
It depends.
Let's see what else we got. Destiny just got on. Why is this lady here? 1990s. Come on. Kayla says Smurf. I love her. Elvis Gal. She changed all this after her deposition. She lying. Lisa, thank you for the super chat. Leslie, they pulled out that Tales from the Crypt lady just to testify. The rebel, she sounded like a smoking ad. Bad name for barking bag. Damn, chat's going hard. Egypt says the sun is as bad as our National Enquirer with the headlines like man gives birth to outer space alien and doesn't know who the baby daddy is. True. Imperfect Me. Ellen testimony date on the video was November 22nd, 2019. I did read that. Mama 4 Rose, great job. Thank you for the super chat. Base Chica, thank you for the super chat. I have more marks on me from blood pressure cuff and surgery. I just got out of than Amber does and all her pics combined. Past the Amica. Oh, crap. Lady B, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Mel, thank you for running the stream consistently and cracking hilarious voices. Don't forget to ask Terry about the Depp. Sending love. Okay, we're going to do that now too. Emma, thank you for the super. And Digger, thank you for the bits. Back to back. Appreciate that. Spelling it out in case somebody tries to set me up. I had some weirdo try to set me up a couple of years ago. Weirdo shit. All right, let's call not that you're trying to do that, but you know, gotta be careful. Let's see if Terry's there. Terry, our Texas friend. Texas. From Texas. Mel. Hello, Mel. I can't do her voice. Hi, Mel, man. I know. I'm so excited. I don't know what to do tonight. I mean, I have a couple things I should do, but like a glass of wine's on my mind. Terry.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. How you doing? We're calling you. I'm on live, by the way. I'm live.
Oh, you're on live.
Yes.
Okay.
And some people had questions. They were wondering about some things with this trial. One is
Which one, about the last witness?
Well, I mean, do you have any thoughts on that? The witness?
Yeah, I mean, that's to establish damages for her. That's why she was up there. She was saying, yeah, but I mean, the only reason she got Aquaman, if we know, I mean, and we all know, is because, or Justice League is because of Johnny anyway. So I don't know. That's my thought. But that was what that last witness was about, was damages, trying to prove up damages for Amber.
Right. Lori says, why aren't they sequestered?
I don't know. I would have done, if I were the judge, a trial judge, I would have done it in this case just because it's so everywhere. It's so pervasive. I would have sequestered them. You don't have to in a civil case. You don't have to in a criminal case, but it seems like it would have been a good idea. So, but I can't answer that. I don't know why that particular county didn't do it or what.
Can expert witnesses watch the trial? Because I think some guy said earlier, some witness, he said he watched the trial or something. I don't know if he was referring to this one or a previous one.
No, yes, experts can, because their testimony, in their testimony, they can say, well, I watched, let's say, Johnny on the stand, and I saw XYZ, if it was like a psychiatrist or something. So an expert can always opine on what they've seen because that's part of what they're testifying to.
Okay. Why do I don't know if there's a reason. Why is there so many depositions for Amber compared to, like, is that optional, or how does that work? Is there a reason, like, sometimes they can't come in, or is it just a request?
I would think, and this is just me being a little snotty Southern girl, but I have to say that I think it's because they didn't want to come to Virginia. I think Johnny's people came because they love Johnny. I just don't think they wanted to come. I don't think they want to be involved. I mean, even her agent looked like, God, why am I here?
Right.
In my opinion, that's just me looking at it. I mean, I don't really know how it was, but that's my thought. My thought is that they're not willing to come, and they can say something like, blah, 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 work, blah, 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 and the court will okay a deposition appearance.
People are wondering, too, why, like the depots that we're hearing with Amber, that they were like, we're not hearing any of the cross, because I feel like with Johnny's, we heard back and forth between both attorneys. This one, we're just hearing one side, and they're cutting it off, and it's being cut off abruptly.
That's because they're putting it on. You got to wait until cross-examination.
Oh, so during cross, they'll play the other portions and stuff.
Or they might wait until their case, like, usually it goes like this. Plaintiff puts on his case, then defendant. Oops, my doctor's here. I got to go.
Okay. Oh, you're in trouble.
Okay. I'm in trouble now. But I'll call you back.
Okay. All right, we'll talk.
Okay, bye.
Bah. 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 That was good. She answered some good questions. What should we do? Do you want to do calls or do we call this shit? Go party. Do we call it? My favorite part was that lady. The 1900s lady.
Johnny, it was a sexual relationship. Yes. Yes, we were in a brief relationship. Johnny.
It's like, yeah, damn. Damn. Succubus. Yeah, what do you guys want to do? Should we call it? Call it? ¿O quiere ser teléfono? ¿Quiero qué? Calls? You want to do some calls? Okay, man, we'll do some calls. Fuck. Oh, I was going to say fuck it, but I mean, I guess I did now anyway. All right, let's do some calls.
Calls.
Do a few calls and then we call it. Host show, start show. Yeah, today was kind of slow. Kind of slow, man, but it was slow as far as I guess entertainment, but they move pretty fast, which I guess is good that they're moving quickly through the witness lists. All right.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studios host.
Go. Hey.
Hi, this is Terry again.
Let me call you from the direct number because I'm setting up the phone line, but I'll call you first so we can finish our conversation.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, I'll call you right back. Oh, this thing hung up on me. Okay, I'll call you back. Damn, that party line thing hung up on me quick.
And can manage your callers from the Call-In Studio web interface.
Let me call Terry. Call Terry and then I'll get the caller that called. Make outbound call. Phone number. Let's try. Okay, let's try. Let's see.
Hey.
Hey, Terry, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, Terry. Can you hear me?
Mel?
Hey.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, this is Terry.
How's it going? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what happened. Some other number cut in or something. I don't know what was going on. I swear my life is crazy as a loon. But anyway, so what may happen is we will see whatever cross in the rebuttal case. What usually happens is the plaintiff puts on his case, the defense and counterclaimant puts on their case, and then the plaintiff gets another chance. It's called rebuttal, and they can call witnesses and stuff and play things that they weren't able to do until they saw the defendant's case. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if they got something that came up in Amber's case, then and they saw it during her case in chief, then they can come back on rebuttal, even calling new witnesses. So that's probably when we'll see any of that stuff.
Okay. Let me see. I think that was all I had. Let me see if the chat has any questions as well.
Oh, I'd like to give a shout out to the Jeweled Monkey. I got more compliments on my jewelry. Yeah, I got more compliments on my jewelry today than I've ever gotten. And honey, I've got some jewelry.
Were you got like a website or something?
Nice.
Or are you just talking about like a picture you sent her or something like that? Or?
I think it's the Jeweled
Oh, she does jewelry?
She
sells, what is it? What's it?
JewelledMonkey.com.
JewelledMonkey.com. Let's see.
Or it might be thejewelledmonkey.com. Anyway, fabulous stuff.
Ooh.
And she's one of your biggest fans, supporters.
Yeah, she's amazing. Let me see if I can pull up her site. Jeweled Monkey.
So I really think, just from a legal perspective, that Amber's not looking too good here. Her case isn't very strong, in my opinion.
Right. Kind of weak.
Yeah, seems a little weak. That's all I'm saying.
This is kind of cute. She got some nice stuff on here. Bestsellers.
Oh my gosh, precious! I got this. The thing that I got. It's a floral copper kind of bangle, and then earrings that match. Oh my gosh! I had people offering me money for them today.
Oh damn!
I was like, no.
Yeah.
I'll take that off your hands.
They're fabulous. So, and now my doctor had to leave and go put a cast on somebody, so I'm just sitting in here waiting.
What did you think of today?
Again, I think it's over. I mean, I don't think there's any chance that anybody else is going to present any better evidence than they've presented so far. And Johnny's going to get his.
Going to be less and less, like the
Yeah,
I feel like they use their big hearts already.
Yeah, I mean, it's less and less effective. You throw your big guns out first, and even her big guns weren't big guns. And now Johnny will be able to come back on rebuttal and go bam, 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 and they don't get to answer to rebuttal. So they don't get a rebuttal. Well, I guess she will get a rebuttal because she's a counter. Usually the defendant doesn't get a rebuttal. So I'm excited to see the rebuttal, but I think we're not going to see anything else exciting on her case in chief.
Okay. Yeah, it's handmade jewelry, right? Vic says she's going to order some. I like these studs. Not that I'd wear them, but like if I were going to get it as a gift, like buy it as a gift, I think they're kind of cute.
Right. She's got some beautiful pieces. I just loved them. I'm not even going to say how much I spent, but they were just beautiful pieces.
And they got the monthly install payment too, or whatever.
Oh, nice. Did they have that?
Website. Yeah, I think it's called Sizzle. But I think they charge like interest or something, but it's better just to pay it all at once. But there is the option though.
Oh, I didn't know. What do you think's happening? I mean, what's your opinion as a layperson who just does a lot of crime and trials and stuff? What do you think? I mean, I'm curious about what a layperson thinks. I mean, I'm watching this from a different perspective than you, but what do you think?
I think that, from what I've heard about the jury, it's just some of their reactions. I think they're kind of over it. I feel like I'm kind of over it too, like hearing Amber's side and her people. And it seemed kind of lame. I mean, I think the biggest thing maybe so far that they brought up or her people have brought up is the I think those pictures from yesterday or something that I don't know that I've seen. There was like one where she's wearing like a black dress or something, and there's something like that. But I mean, even the other pictures they've contested, I don't think it's looking good for Amber at all. I don't know that Johnny's gonna win. I don't know. I'm still kind of leaning towards, like I've said multiple times, that they may walk out both with, as far as the defamation, they may walk out with nothing. But I think Johnny's definitely, I mean, the perception of the internet, he's definitely clearly won the internet. I think that's for sure. And today
he's
he's
done what he wanted to do, I think.
Yeah. I think he's gotten more, I don't know, notoriety out of this. I think,
if they award any damages at all, it'll be very small.
Yeah.
If they award any damages, it won't be $50 million or $100 million or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. I just think too that I get it, like the whole angle with drugs and all that stuff, but there's just so many people on drugs or that have had those issues and that have had those struggles, and so like, I mean,
but
it's not good to abuse somebody.
That's not what the case is. She's saying he was a wife beater.
Right. But what I'm saying is that they're trying to convince the jury because of all those things of drugs that he would do that. But there's probably people in that jury that have had issues too, that have struggled and overcome. And so it's kind of like they're beating that with a debt to, how's it saying? Beating it with a dead horse?
And they should not, because
and I think they're losing him. He already came out. They jumped ahead of all this stuff in front of it. He's put out all his shit out there. You know, there's just so much deception from Amber.
Does. It softens the blow. That's correct. That's what a good lawyer does. And his lawyers are excellent. Yesterday, or was it yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, when she was being cross-examined, I just wished I could have gone to the courtroom and hugged Johnny's lawyer. He was awesome. I mean, she was awesome.
Oh, Camille.
Man, Camille had it going on.
Yeah, she killed it.
Caldo.
Yes, What'd you say? What'd you say, caldo?
I said caldo.
Funny. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess we'll be back Monday.
Well.
And I guess let me get the other calls too, Terry, and we'll catch up. But I'll definitely hit you back. Sure. Yeah, I'll definitely hit you back on these days, and I don't know if people have questions or whatever.
Yeah, and I've been taking notes, so if you have anything specific, it's groovy.
Okay.
Okay, gotta go.
All right, thanks.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, 407, how you doing? Where you calling from?
Mel, I'm so sick and tired of you not knowing my number.
Oh, shit. I don't remember nothing.
It's Cheeks. Listen, 2 words. These last 2 days have been like intolerable, insufferable, and just lackluster. I'm so over Amber's people. I completely agree with Terry. Some people did not want to be there. They did not want to be there. Rocky wasn't looking into the camera. She was just like, God, I guess I'm here.
That Rocket thing was weird. It was weird.
Yeah. Then this agent, I'm listening to her as I'm driving. Aquaman was the most successful movie ever. I'm like, honey, where? I still haven't watched that movie.
I haven't watched it either. We were talking about that on Twitch. Several of us haven't watched the movie.
She's like, it was the most successful movie ever released. I'm like, oh my God. You truly are an agent. You will sell, literally. You will sell the shit out of something. And the way that she was hyping Amber up, I'm like, again, I didn't know who Amber was until your followers were like, oh yeah, she was in Aquaman. And I'm like, yep, still haven't heard of her. Literally remember her from the damn movie my 13-year-old remembered. And I was like, oh, okay, that's who she is. Wonder how she bagged Johnny, but all right, that's great. I'm so over this. How many more days? How many
Did you see the lady that came on? What's her name? Ellen Barkin?
Yeah, I did. I was at Office Depot.
Man.
Depot when all that went down. And I said,
shut up.
oh, so Johnny was giving her the D, huh? Johnny was handing over some D. I was like...
That was amazing.
I thought that was hilarious. And I agree with Terry. Hi, Terry. But Camille, again, was on fire. You know, that's my girl. I'm standing for Camille. I'm ready to write a Yelp review on her law page.
Yeah.
I didn't even work with her, but 5 stars. Seems like if you need something, Camille is your girl. Also, I saw that everybody was wishing the Jewel Monkey happy anniversary. I don't know what anniversary it is.
I don't know either.
Happy anniversary, Nicole.
Happy anniversary. I didn't know she had one.
I'm in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like way earlier. I don't know if it's her and her food things anniversary or maybe like the anniversary of her business, but I seen it. I didn't get a chance to type it, but I figured since I was on the phone, I'd go ahead and shout her out and just say, "Hey, boo, happy anniversary." But yeah, it's just so lackluster. I don't even have there is no comments that I can give because I was just not into it. I'm like, this is boring. It's repetitive.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I did notice, is it just me or does anybody else happen to realize that a lot of Amber's witnesses, like between Io and Rocky and even her sister, they all use a lot of the same verbiage. Even the acting coach, the trailer was disheveled. It was, everybody noticed that you would think that if you got three different people looking at one bad scene, you would notice different aspects of the room. You would notice the paint being, damaged on the wall. I would notice the light fixtures. Terry would notice the toppled over furniture. Everybody always mentioned the same thing. Was I the only person who noticed that?
No, I think so too. Kind of knows the same kind of mannerisms and the way they talk.
I was like, yeah. I was just like, okay, so yeah, this low-key kind of sounds scripted as hell. But it just, I'm over Amber. Look, I'm willing to put Amber back on stage just so Camille can go at her again. If it ain't Amber up there, I don't even really want to watch too much of anything else.
Yeah, I wonder if she's coming back. I wonder if she's coming back. She was the perfect person,
I know, everybody's asking if Johnny's coming back, and I'm like, well, shoot, if Johnny comes back, that'll be interesting too. But these video depos are killing me. I was talking to Hope this morning on Discord, and I was like, please tell me that today is the last day of the video depots. And she was like, nah, girl, I think we still got 2 more. Internally, I started crying. I was literally on my way to work internally crying because I was like, I'm not going to make it. These video depots are killing me. And they're so choppy. And it's like, what are you chopping out that's not being shown? Just like you said with Ellen. We literally got 11 minutes of it, and then that was it.
And they're really abrupt stops too. It's not even smooth.
Yeah,
it's
just no context.
Yeah.
No context, and just stop it. And then Kitty Cat Lady is like, all right, our next depot, last name, SMITH. It's 20 minutes. And we're like, okay, but what happens to the last one? Where's all the rest of the context in the last one? But I don't know. It's just, again, it's so very lackluster. And you said at the end of the month is when their time is up and the jury is going out to deliberate. Is that what it is?
Yeah, they have, I thought they had on the 27th. What is it, guys? On the 27th, it's the closing statements, I think they said. I have the PDF. I think on the 27th is the closing statements. They had, I forgot how much time they have left. I thought it was 15 hours or something, 16 hours. Amber's people, and then I guess to redirect, I guess they have 8 hours or something like that. Somebody in the chat can correct me some of the times. But I mean, the way they're flying through it,
I'm struggling now.
The way they're flying through it, maybe it won't be that long.
I was struggling. Remember, I told you I absolutely love you, but I hate that you got me invested into this. And now I'm starting to feel like I'm starting to dip because these damn video
It's a
devils.
drag.
Bro, this ain't even Mel's fault.
It's a drag,
this
and
is
it's
Amber's
longer.
fault, bro. This is why I'm just like, and I notice your face, and you're just like, God damn.
Bro, I'm tuning up.
I'm like,
yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm just sitting there at work, and I'm just doing. I kid you not, because those depots were running in the background today while I was trying to catch up on some paperwork. That has probably been the most productive I've been at work all week, listening to them damn depots in the background because I was not interested, and that is absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. But yeah, I just wanted to call you, let you know that it's just, I'm hanging in there with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I'm like, I feel like Mel is telling hey, Cheeks, go to Facebook. I hear you in the back of my head, go to Facebook, go to Facebook. And I'm like, damn, I think I might have to go ahead and support him on Facebook too now. But,
well,
I'm hanging in there with you.
Yeah, if you check out the small clips, that helps out. Hit a like or whatever.
I think I know I've messaged you on Facebook before, and I'm pretty sure I've liked the page, but I haven't been on Facebook. I already told you I'm so anti-Facebook. It's just literally to keep up with family, and that's pretty much it. So I'll have to go in and go check. But Today's just been lackluster. I'll give it to Amber. At least she gave me some productivity. She put the fire underneath my ass to get some paperwork done today for work. But otherwise than that, I really wasn't interested. I was struggling. And, the highlights, again, I feel like for the week was Camille. Camille came in like Tyson, got the bitches out left and right, swinging.
Right.
So it is what it is. But I'm going to let you go.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I just wanted to, call in and whatnot. And like I said, Nicole, happy anniversary. Not sure what anniversary it is, but again, happy anniversary, baby.
Happy anniversary. Thanks, Cheeks.
All righty, Mel.
All
Not
righty.
a problem. Have a good evening.
You too.
All right, bye.
Bye. Great call, as always. 201. Let me get through these couple of calls. Don't put the number out anymore. I'll just take whoever calls in, and then we can end it because I want to get some stuff done. 201. How you doing? Where you calling from?
Hello, is that me?
Yes, that's you. How you doing?
Mel, how you doing?
Hey, who's this?
This is Lisa G.
Oh,
AKA
yeah, I remember you.
Lily Boo, a.k.a. Lisa Lily Garino. We've spoken a few times.
You've
How's
sent super
everything?
chats
How you
today
doing?
too, right? I think I saw you. Yeah, you sent super chats. Yeah, thank you.
Look at all these cacaroches, man. My God.
Cockroaches, man, this paper.
God. My blood pressure was sky high. I was just getting angrier and angrier and more annoyed with each person. Just so obnoxious. And either, like, the acting coach, she seemed really sweet. Like, she got real swindled by Amber. Like, real swindled hard.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone else just seems like pathetic, money-hungry, arrogant jerks that just are along for the ride trying to get a paycheck. I can't imagine the jury not seeing how obvious it is. And then, like, I was really behind because I got my daughter and I'm running around a little bit. And I just kept fast-forwarding through because it was the same thing over and over and over. And I'm like, why am I going to get my blood pressure all high going over and over and over and over this? The same thing.
It's very repetitive. It's just, I mean,
So
repetitive,
annoying.
and
But
I
then,
just,
like, my father is an extreme borderline case. So I could totally see him doing something like she has done. I have, his family is all very similar. We don't talk to his side of the family at all, most of us. He didn't even know his brother passed away. That's how much we don't talk to his side of the family because they're all like that. And if you can imagine growing up with a lot of family members like Amber Heard, it's exactly how you would think. And it's by the grace of God, I have had God over my shoulder. And I sought out therapy starting at the age of, I forgot if it was 18 or 20, and now I'm 36. And
what kind of therapy?
Put that,
just like a psychologist or?
Talk therapy and also psychiatry to try to calm down my, I'm diagnosed with generalized anxiety and severe depression. But I kind of feel like I had like a certain type of borderline. I could get into all this stuff because I've done so much research and been, seen a lot of different therapists because of insurance, changing and, whatnot. But, and plus, one of my sisters is a social worker and also studied, obviously has had a lot of studies, graduated from NYU, masters and all that. My other sister is like my dad and refuses to get any kind of help. And that's been also, majorly stressful. And my biggest reason for getting therapy was all the gaslighting and thinking I'm crazy and I'm the problem. And then coming to the realization of, oh my God, a lot of this really isn't me. But then figuring out the coping skills to deal with all of it has been a whole thing, and having to separate from family members, even though I didn't want to. And then coming back and dealing with it, having my daughter, I got really close to my mom, and then got really close to my sisters again. And then now I'm not talking to my sister who refuses to get help because she is just causing mass chaos. And I just refuse to deal with it right now as a mom. And I'm also finally on a medication after taking something called a genetic test. And Mel, this is so important for your viewers who are thinking about getting help or thinking about figuring out how to cope with whatever they're dealing with. There is something called a genetic test that nobody tells you about. Some insurances cover it, a lot don't, but it is such a important tool to invest in yourself if it's not covered. It tells you what medications will definitely not work for you, which medications might work for you, and which medications will not work for you. And I was on a medication for 7 years that I just found out was definitely not working for me. And they don't do this because they, there's the money that goes into pockets of these places just for giving you these medications. And like, there was a time where I lost a job because a medication really affected me badly. And it can be a roller coaster trying to figure out, how to get help. You have to go, you go through a couple therapists until you find the one that you feel comfortable with. It's a journey, and you have to put yourself first. You have to, just like they say in Alcoholics Anonymous, you have. I know, Mom. Oh, we're not going to the doctor, honey. We're just pulled over for a second, sweetheart. You
Is
have
that
to
genetic
accept
test? That's a DNA test? Like, how does that work? Like, what do you go ask for it?
It's an oral swab.
Oh, it's a swab, yeah, free
It's
DNA.
an oral swab. I asked for it because I had found out about it, like through just talking to someone outside of any of these places, which is ridiculous. I've gone to so many different places, and the first time I heard of it is almost 20 years into my therapy journey. Like, ridiculous. It should be the first thing we do. But like, I've even had my psychiatrist admit that no, we don't really suggest it because this or that and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, ugh. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that makes it so much harder for people to get help and get the right help. It's difficult, but it is worth it because I am finally at a place in my life at 36 years old as a mom when it's so necessary to have my head on straight that I'm finally out of the fog of all the different emotions, of feeling guilty and then feeling like I'm doing this wrong and then feeling like I don't understand why this person's mad at me and what is wrong with me? I'm finally, like, all the bad feelings that made it harder to see through what was actually the problem and what wasn't, what's reality and what's not. It's so confusing and sad and anger is an easier feeling to deal with than sadness. That is why, a lot of people will go into that anger as opposed to the sadness. I was a crier. And it caused so many problems. And then also it affects your health so bad. After I got on this medication and I was able to see, okay, Mama, we'll get some chicken nuggets. Okay. After I got on this medication, I'm able to see really, really clearly what was going on in my relationship with my daughter's father. I was able to see, like, wow, I'm really being gaslit again. And I have to make sure that I take care of myself first because I am her mom now. I feel so important. I feel my self-worth. And, it's sad that it took me till I'm 36 and all this time, but, I finally, after 4.5 years, I made the decision to end the relationship, and I've been very clear about everything, and as hard as it was, because I don't want to not be with him, but he refuses to get the help he needs or see that, he's in the wrong in a lot of places, and he's put me through a lot. So I can't sit here at 36 and he's 36. I can't sit here and, get dragged down with him and have that affect me and my daughter and hear my daughter say, Mommy, no cry. No, that's not happening. No, we're not having that. I have to put myself first, and I had to end it. I've lost almost 15 pounds in less than a month.
There you
but
go. Sometimes the meds can make it hard to lose weight, or they could put
I'll tell you that.
Sometimes the weight is kind of. I mean, the medications makes it hard to lose the weight.
Right. But like, it can also cover up a lot, and a lot of stuff could still be going on underneath the medication. So you still have to really be like on top of everything, and it's so important. Like, my blood pressure skyrocketing, heart palpitations. I had to go on a blood pressure medication as well. Like, it's so not worth like just constantly going through the cycle of like hoping to make things better and then being let down and the guilt and am I at fault and it's just better to say, you know what, if you're not down to go along for the ride that is my happiness and my peace and my daughter's happiness and her peace, then you can get out the car and find somebody else and go see what real crazy is. Because real crazy's out there. Go ahead and the next girl could be Amber Heard and see how that is. But
Well, thanks.
I feel like for the people that are looking for help, check out that genetic test first. Make the investment in yourself. Even if it's things you don't want to hear, it's so much better to just face that truth and get through to the next spot, acknowledge it, and make that journey, because right now I am happier and the beauty shines outside as well as within. Like, hot MILF summer this year is what is happening. And thank you so much, Mel, for having me on, and thank you for your coverage and for the Tony Montana voices and everything else, putting the laughter in it. Like, it's been great. And everybody in the chat, like, what's up, guys? You guys are awesome. It's been so great. I'm looking forward to everything else, regardless of what tacaroches are on the stand.
Cacarochas, man. Well, thank you. I appreciate the support, and I'm glad you're getting over that stuff. I've been dealing with shit too, like just health stuff that I kind of started finally fixing and stuff. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for calling. Appreciate it. And supporting and watching.
Thank you, Mel. I'll talk
to
you soon. Absolutely.
Thanks.
All the time.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Let me take this person to before 443.
443, hello. Welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Hola, buddy. It's Nicole.
Nicole. Oh.
Hey, the Jeweled Monkey.
The
I
Jeweled
know.
Monkey.
Everyone's
What's up?
calling,
Thanks
give
for
me
calling.
love. I had to call in.
You have a nice website. I didn't know you had.
Seriously.
You might have told me about it. I don't know, but I never saw it though. It's nice. Very nice.
Oh, thanks. No, I always post in Discord like things I'm working on, or like, oh, hey, look what I burned myself with today. Funny stuff like that. But yeah, I just, that night that you left us hanging and you dropped us kids off that we called, it was me, Terry, and Chief.
Oh, yes.
We just bonded.
You did?
And it was just like, it was just like we talked for hours. My husband kicked me out of the room and the kid woke up, and it was just, it was great. It's just great. We've been close ever since. So those two girls are just literally the sweetest. And I have to say, they just gave me goosebumps and talking about me on air. So I love you both very much. And everybody on Discord. So
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. I'm glad you called. What'd you think about today?
Well, it was my anniversary. So it was our 10-year wedding anniversary.
Oh, happy anniversary.
So
Congrats. 10 years. Amazing. You guys are doing, that's
right?
really good.
Nobody's dead.
Yeah.
Or in court.
Yeah.
So.
That's good.
We woke up and went and bought a dishwasher. So, and then had just been running around. We went and got margaritas and tacos for lunch, and then had to go to this kid's math event at school. And now we're back home. So,
Nice.
grown up old people things.
Good.
But I did catch Ellen.
What you think about Ellen, man?
Like, I mean, a woman scorned that long, seriously? Like, come on. You had it for a couple months, but you got to hold on to it that long? That's just not right. There's nobody that just dates or screws somebody for a couple months and 25 years later, they're just like, still like, he threw a bottle at me,
Yeah, yeah.
Come on.
I don't been moved on from that shit. That's crazy.
Wild.
Mm-hmm.
It was wild, but I was going to call in the other day, but I was working on these money clips The one thing I did want to mention that I totally just lost my mind on was the whole Raquel thing. Now, I sent Carrie all these pictures, all the information, all the stuff I dug up on her. This chick, you can tell if she's lying for a couple reasons, okay? First of all, if you ever have had a jewelry or bead show, do you ever set up your necklaces the night before and then put them in a car and drive? No, because they're going to end up to be a hot mess. That's like my Elle Woods moment. Like, no, you just don't do that, first of all. Second of all, if you look at that picture, this is a necklace stand that was on a counter that got flung into a wall, right? If you look over the couch, there's a lip over that couch, which is like an alcove or I don't know, whatever they have in the house.
Where can I see the pictures?
There's no way.
Yep. Did you post it somewhere?
The picture from the testimony,
Yeah.
I took a screenshot of it. I can send all this to your Instagram like I sent it here. So there's a lip over the couch. If this thing went from a counter to a wall, there's no way. There was two picture frames still on that lip, perfect, sitting upright, no cracks, no falling over. It would not have landed broken in half, straight upwise behind a pillow with just a few necklaces messed up, and then one necklace completely perfectly placed around a picture frame. Lies. There's just no way. It's ridiculous.
I gotta see that picture.
Second of all,
go ahead though. Yeah.
Yeah, second or third. This is not this girl's first rodeo, because the other airhead, snotty-looking, dark-haired lady that was depoted yesterday, she was at Raquel's show, which was literally the next day. There's an Instagram post that I found of Raquel's show the next day, perfectly fine. Nothing's destroyed, and her and the snotty girl are there together. So, this is not her first rodeo. She's got crap she's stringing together. Now she had to change her Instagram name, so she's got a whole new Instagram, and she's not even really making jewelry, man. She's just stringing beads together and then buying crap from China and reselling it.
Oh, hell nah. That's a big business though, buying and reselling stuff. But yeah, it's just repackaging, buying low, selling higher, making a profit.
Exactly. Exactly. So I was like, I busted this wide open, but I was going to call the other day. I didn't have time.
Yeah, when you have a chance, send me those images so we can take a look.
Yeah, I'll put them to your IG messages. I think that's where I send you most everything. It'll come from the Jeweled Monkey. I don't have it's just my business page. But yeah, that's how I blew their testimony out of the water.
Wow. All right. Well, thank you for watching. I'm going to check out your website too. Maybe I'll order something from there.
I appreciate it. This is very sweet. It's just like when people appreciate my art, I love that more than even selling things. It's just,
nice.
Makes me happy.
All right.
Well, thanks for listening to me rant along. Hi, everybody.
Thank you for the support.
Yeah, of course. I will send you that stuff later.
Okay, sounds good. Bye.
All right, bye.
Amazing. Okay, just do some calls. I think that's it. Now we emptied it out. I'm trying to think in my head all the shit I gotta do. But I think we're good. I think we're done. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. If you could hit like on the way out. Oh, did I make sure I got make sure I didn't miss anything? I think I got everything. Laura, thank you for becoming a member. Malv Deuce, thanks for becoming a member on YouTube. Catherine, thank you for the super chat. Says, is JD taking a stand and more witnesses coming? I heard that he might retake the stand. I don't know how that works, but Malv Deuce, thank you for the bits. K-Skull, have a great birthday, Mel. Buy yourself a mega pint. You're amazing. Thank you. Lori became a member. Thanks. Sue Thomas, appreciate your coverage. Happy birthday. Did anyone ever see Elaine Barkin and Al Pacino in the movie Sea of Love? No, I did not. Martin, thank you for becoming subscribing on Twitch. That's true, BL. I got a bunch of stuff already actually coming up planned with that. But yeah, you guys have a good weekend. We'll see what happens. Take care. Peace. Adios. Hit like on the way out.